Hello. It is I. Yay! It is Dreamfest time, baby! The excitement levels through the roof. They're through the goddamn roof, guys. Let me find you guys. You guys are behind all my windows here. What? There you guys are. Dreamfest! Yo, Mr. Jumble, Sourcey, Craig, Dude, and DK. Hello, guys. Let me give the first 10 hats, which belong to the one, to the only Sourcey. Wait for him. Kapat! Ah, goodness. We are on our way to the Wizard Island. We're going to Verica. Do you guys see it? It's right over there. It's right behind my shoulder. We're on the ship that, you know, may or may not have been used to, you know, take Alice and to Verica. Sip_Remi. Also, your guys' chat messages are a little bit. There we go. Let me fix that. There we go. They should be behaving now. Man, getting everything done and ready before this stream was a process, but we just made it. We just made it, baby. Oh yeah, that princess might be dead. Hold on. hold on. I gotta wake her up. Princess! Princess! It's freaking Dreamfest. Wake up! Uh-oh. Don't need my audio, please. Okay, there we go. Much better. Where's the princess button? Hold on, there's a princess button here somewhere. Blah! She slept on the boat. She's not that lazy like that. Okay, she should be at least a brain alive in 3, 2, 1, kapat. And I need to work some magic here. Hold on. Look at this. Whoa! Wait. Princess, you just gotta get. Come on. Princess, you swear to God. That's not you, princess. That's you. Okay, you don't need to be so big. No! Okay, hold on. She's being difficult, guys. Up there we go. Shrink her down a little bit too big, buddy. You're a little bit too big. There we go. Let's just do that, and back. Yay! And here she is, and there I am. Hello, guys. So with this Dreamfest, I'm gonna first put on the music we're listening to. We are going to be reading through Alice's story. We're gonna be reading through it bit by bit, changing the scenery as we go along.
Yo ho.
Yo ho, indeed, princess. Except we're not pirates or prisoners. And we're going to be going along, reading a bit of Alice's story, and then stopping after a chapter, you know, doing a little small talk, vibing, chilling, sharing some missions, and then vibing on through more chapters. And as we vibe through the chapters, we'll be going through the island. And I also have reference images, so we actually have visuals this time too. This boat here will serve us as our, why is that Obi style head pass? Wow! They're even animated in the bubble. Look at that. Actually, like reading Twitch chat in OBS, seeing the chat messages is easier than just looking at Twitch chat. But anyways, previously on Dragon Ball Z, we have read through, I believe, the first 3 chapters. Correct me if I'm wrong here, guys, but we read The first chapter when she arrives in Verica, where she gets dragged to the prison and is locked up for her crimes. Because, you know, she enchanted the noble family and all that, and also her love of her life also self-capated himself because, you know, she may have tortured him mildly by turning everyone he loves against him, because she thought he was going to betray her, so she did it first. So yeah, they locked her away. Chapter 2 was her having her mental breakdown. Very flop. And then chapter 3 was her getting confronted and then given, I believe, well, not given the chance just yet, but she was confronted about her crimes by the dude, the Dean of Enchantment, that guy. And I believe we did not go from there. So I think that's where we're going to start off. Because if I read the whole thing, I think I asked ChatGPT, I think it would like take like 3 straight hours of reading. Doing this will shave off a little bit of time, but there's gonna be a lot of reading, guys. There's gonna be a lot of reading. So we gotta start here soon. And by soon I mean like within the next 2 minutes. But yes, I am here. Princess is here, and all of you guys are here. But what about our submissions? DK, you gotta listen, man. As I said, in between the chapters, we shall be vibing, talking, and going over submissions. And the scenery will change as we change in the story. Also, hello, Jade Ka. Also, where's the boat noises? Our freaking boat noises stop? Bah! Too much. Okay, there we go. Our boat noises are back. Yay! I'm sorry, I was distracted by the bouncing fox. Okay, that's a valid excuse. That's right. A little bit loud. That's a valid excuse, DK. You are excused. I have some tracks ready for certain parts of the story, but I don't have anything for like good constant background noise. If anyone has any suggestions, like nothing super intrusive, but just like, I don't know, like background noise that could be fitting. If anyone has any suggestions, please suggest them. But let me pull up the story. I love it. Princess Head Peppa is affected by the blue lighting. Gosh darn right. Doom 1 and 2 OST. DK, get out of here. Someone take that man's head pets right now. But yes, we left off with the Dean speaking to Alice, and then the Dean realizing that Alice just seems to be a bit of a broken girl. She's very flop. So we are going to pick up after that, which is chapter 4, An Echo of a Girl. I need to like position this. Hold on. I need to be able to see myself, but also be able to read the story here. And also, I guess Twitch chat needs to also belong somewhere as well. We're gonna put you there. Cozy cabin fireplace ambiance.
Quick, grab all the head pads. Remi Fox can't stop all of us at once.
Yeah, yes, I can. I'm just that good, princess. I'm just that good. Also, it is a little bit chilly here. Let me put on the hoodie. We're using the local computer, so I can do that. Nice orb, Obi stall. May I submit a late Dreamfest entry? Of course. You have until the end of the stream, but if you submit it at the end of the stream, we can always do it next stream as well. Yeah, what if I like squish this window like down to half? It doesn't really work. And what if I just make Firefox really small? I think that might be the best we're gonna get here. And I just finished it. I think you're gonna like it. Wow. I am excited to see it. I will poke my head into the Dreamfest chat after we have capatted through chapter 4. Okay. After 3 weeks of careful observation, the Dean of Enchantment called a meeting with his fellow masters to discuss Alice's fate. The council chamber's tall windows cast long shadows across the stone floor as the masters took their seats at the ancient oak table. In her broken, nonverbal state, Alice hardly resembled the dangerous enchantress that they hunted. Their cold... let me make this a little bit bigger so I can read it easier. Okay, here we go. Wow, I can't wait! Okay. God, it's so hard to get into the reading mode. After I do the reading for a bit, then it's easy, but at first it's hard. Their cold stone cells held not a creature of chaos and manipulation, but a traumatized girl who flinched from human contact and spoke only in telepathic whispers. She shows no signs of malice intent, the Dean reported, standing before the council. Her actions, though severe, stemmed from a desperate longing for acceptance rather than any desire to cause harm. I propose we offer her a path to redemption through education. The mistress of wards scoffed, her weathered hands tightening around her staff. A creature who enchanted an entire town into chaos, who turned neighbor against neighbor with her magic, and you suggest we place her among our students? She manipulated an entire noble family, another master added, drove a young man to his death through her enchantments. The risk is too great. But the Dean pressed. Look at what we've seen in these past weeks. She showed no signs of aggression, no malice. Whatever drove her actions before, whether fear or loneliness or something else entirely, she's different now. Shouldn't we at least try to understand her, to teach her another way? A muscle twitched in his jaw, the only sign of his own internal conflict. Though many had warned him against this course, reminded him of the danger, yet the hollow-eyed girl in their cells seemed more ghost than threat. After hours of heated debate, they reached a compromise. Alice would be permitted to join the academy as a student under strict conditions. Her magic would be monitored constantly for any signs of manipulation. She would be required to attend regular assessments with the faculty. Most importantly, any violation of their trust would result in immediate return to confinement. And where will we house such a student? Asked the mistress of wards, the question sharp with his suspicion. The Dean had prepared for this. The north wing of the Loftus Observatory remains uninhabited. It's been sealed off from student access for decades. She would have the isolation we require, while still being within the Academy's wards. When the Dean delivered the news to Alice's cell, she lifted her head for the first time in days, her crimson eyes focusing briefly on his face before darting away. Her telepathic response was barely a whisper. Why? Because punishment without purpose serves neither justice nor wisdom, he replied, studying her carefully. She looked so young in that moment, huddled in her corner with her silver hair falling in tangles around her face. And because I believe there's more to you than your worst actions. Hold on, just gotta proofread this part. Alright, so she's getting guided to the tower. She manipulated a whole town. Okay, and... God forbid a silly girl has hobbies. Right. She's neurodivergent. That's her excuse. Literally my first time hearing his writing. What? Mr. Jumbles. No way. We've been on the Alice arc for a while. It is an adventure. She came from the Nightwood. She enchanted a town. Got jealous and angry, enchanted herself a noble family. She became part of the noble family. However, the entire life felt hollow and empty. She met someone, and you saw her for her true self. Everything was daijobu. Everything was great. Then she thought he was going to betray her, so she betrayed him first, manipulated everyone in his life to hate him, and then he may have unalive patted himself. And then she started having mental breakdown, and then she was captured and dragged to this island. Made a guy alt F for himself. Well said, Sorcy. Yeah, no, she thought he was going to betray him, so she betrayed him first. Alice isn't very good with trust. This way, the female escort directed, guiding them towards a narrow door half hidden by winter dead ivy. The hinges groaned in protest, releasing the musky scent of long abandoned spaces. The north wing has been used in decades. You'll have privacy. The word hung between them, its double meaning clear. Isolation for her protection and theirs. Oh, that's right. It's a reminder to show the D&D maps. Well, I'll show that after this chapter here. A spiral staircase waited beyond, its steps worn smooth by generations of feet. As they climbed, Alice felt the temperature drop of each turn, and by the time they reached the third landing, their breath clouded before them. Your quarters, the man announced, gesturing towards a heavy wooden door. The dean insisted on certain accommodations. The woman produced a large iron key. You are not permitted in other parts of the observatory without escort. The main observatory remains in use by Master Halwick, though he rarely descends from the upper levels. Don't disturb him. She paused. And do not attempt to leave the grounds. The wards will alert us immediately. The lock turned with a sound like bones breaking. The dormitory room felt both too large and too small, a prison of a different kind. Filtered light spilled through tall arch windows, illuminating dancing motes of dust. The ceiling soared overhead, painted with faded constellations, barely visible beneath decades of grime. A narrow bed stood against one wall, its iron frame supporting a thin mattress draped with clean but threadbare sheets. Besides it, a worn desk bore the carving initials of long-forgotten students. And everyone do the flop. Bro said exit game halfway through. Bro was told do a flip and actually went up with it. That's a bit of an extreme response to I don't trust people to I cast self-flop. Like, she didn't cast self-flop. She merely made his life so miserable by turning everyone he loved against him that he wanted to do self-flop. And by the time she realized maybe this is a bad idea, it was too late. It was too late. And then guilt clawed at her throat. That's even worse. Exactly. When the door closed behind them, the silence crashed against her like a physical weight. Her legs gave out, sending her sliding to the floor, back pressed against the cold wood of the door. Her fingers dug into the ancient floorboards, searching for something solid to anchor herself. The girl who had once been Alice remained there for hours, forehead pressed against the frost-etched glass of her new windows, watching snow drift endlessly across the central courtyard visible far below. From this height, the students crossing between buildings looked like insects, scurrying of purpose she couldn't comprehend. The crisp white sheets on her bed remained untouched. The student robes hung forgotten in her wardrobe. What was the point of any of it when she wasn't even sure who she was anymore? Very sad. Oh, that's right. Also, Jumbles for context. When she's from the Nightwood, a magical plane of existence that also serves as an afterlife for chaotic neutral creatures. Time moves very strangely there, and she spent a vast majority of her life there. So her perception of time is very weird in the normal mortal plane. So when she experiences heavy emotions or traumatic feelings, time moves weirdly for her. Time still moved strangely around her, though not with the torturous stretching of her cell. Now it seemed to skip and jump. No. Bah! Too intense, too intense. I did want to use some audio effects. Hold on. I only have 2 spare cables. God dang it. Really, Remi? You only have 2? Okay, what if we do this? Hold on. And I wanted the trippy audio effects for specifically the trippy time parts. Let me do a quick test here. Test. 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 Cat. Cat. Okay. Not sure how effective this is going to be, but we're going to give it a try. Let's use it in context here. Time still moved strangely around her, though not with the torturous stretching of her cell. Now it seemed to skip. It seemed to skip. Skip. And John. Okay. God damn it, why is it so derpy? Oh, that's why. Okay, hold on. I think I figured it out. Oh, that was that good. No, leave your comments down below. But anyways, she would blink and find the sun had moved across the sky, where darkness had fallen without her noticing, each lost moment matching another piece of herself that slipped away. She ate when food appeared outside her door, mechanically chewing bread that tasted like dust in her mouth. She slept in short, restless bursts, curled on the window seat rather than the bed that felt too soft after weeks on stone. The cold that permeated the abandoned wing seemed seeped into her bones. But she welcomed it. The physical discomfort, a distraction from the hollowness inside. On the third day, a knock at her door broke through her trance. The dean entered without waiting for a response, knowing that none would come. His boots left damp footprints on dusty floor, snow melting from his heavy cloak. What the heck did you say? Gosh darn it. He said, skip and jump, leaving gaps in her awareness, much like her own identity, fragmented, broken, and uncertain. The dean entered without... Well, we were there already. You missed your first class, he said, his tone carefully neutral. He carried a leather-bound book under one arm, its spine worn with age, though perhaps expecting you to attend so soon was optimistic. The figure at the window didn't turn, but her shoulders tensed slightly at his voice. Her reflection in the glass looked ghostly, silver hair uncombed, crimson eyes dull, her form draped in the plain gray shift they'd given her to wear. It was a shapeless thing, so unlike the elaborate gowns she had worn at balls, with none of their silk or lace or careful embroidery. In the wardrobe hung not just the student robes, but also a strange, wide-brimmed hat that she's never seen before. Some sort of formal academic wear that seemed determined to announce, yes, I am indeed a wizard, to anyone who might have missed the robes. Why am I here? The thought formed between them like frost on glass, each crystalline branch spreading with delicate precision. The dean set the book on her desk, the soft thud echoing in the quiet room. Because learning can be its own kind of healing, he said simply, either pushing or demanding. Learning what? Her thoughts drifted between them, hollow as winter wind. The dean's presence disturbed her careful emptiness that she had cultivated, bringing with it echoes of her cell, of everything she'd tried to forget. I destroyed everything. Everyone. Him. Her hands pressed against the window glass, leaving ghostly prints that faded slowly from the edges inward, like memories dissolving in fog. The cold seeped through her palms, numbing her fingertips until she could barely feel the glass beneath them. Alice. The pause, the name hovering uncertainly in the space between them. Is that even my name? Could be another lie. So many lies. Can't remember the truth anymore. For a moment, brief as lightning, a flash of genuine feeling pierced her emptiness. The bitter cold of the stone floor beneath her bare feet, the smell of ancient dust that permeated the observatory, the distant echo of students' laughter rising from the courtyard far below. And then, the emptiness returned, a swallowing sensation, like darkness consuming light. I'm a wizard, Harry. Well said, DK, well said. The dean was quiet for a long moment, considering her words. When he spoke, his voice was soft but firm. Names have power. You know this better than most, but they also have permanence. You are Alice. That hasn't changed, even if everything else has. She finally turned from the window, movements slow and uncertain. Her eyes fell on the book and then darted away as if the sight burned. How could anything be certain anymore after what she'd done? A sudden, unexpected warmth bloomed deep inside of her. Not emotion, but the memory of it. 3 heartbeats when she recalled the feeling of her mother's hands brushing her hair, gentle and loving. Then it vanished, swallowed by the knowledge that those hands, that loved, had never truly been hers to claim. He moved to the wardrobe and took out the student robes, laying them carefully on her bed. The dark fabric absorbed the pale white light, creating a void against the white sheets. The choice to wear these is yours, he said simply, as is the choice of when. He turned to leave, pausing at the door. My study is at the East Tower. When you're ready, come find me, whether that's tomorrow or next week or next month. His eyes held a gentle understanding, but with no pressure. Time moves differently for your kind. I understand that. Take what you need. After he left, she remained by the windows, the robes a dark promise on her bed. Her reflection wavered in the glass, silver hair and crimson eyes marking her as something other. But beneath the otherworldly appearance, she caught a glimpse of something else. A face as lost and uncertain as any young girl's, fae or human. Hours passed, or perhaps days. Time still moved strangely around her grief. But eventually, her hand reached out to touch the fabric of the student robes. The wool scratched against her skin, grown sensitive from weeks of prison linen. Each fiber a reminder of this new reality she hadn't chosen. They were neither silk nor iron, neither costume nor chains, just cloth, waiting to be filled. Alice, she whispered to herself, the name feeling like an echo of something that might have once meant something. Not a truth to cling to, but a ghost of who she had become, who she might never be again. Next morning, as winter sunlight cast pale shadows through falling snow, she put on the robes with trembling hands. Not because she believed in redemption, or because she saw some purpose ahead. She put them on because the emptiness inside her had become its own kind of prison, and even a step into uncertainty was movement of some kind. The ridiculous hat she left in that wardrobe, though. There were limits to what even a broken spirit would endure. Gotta throw in a little bit of comedy. There's a little... Makes you forget all the trauma, doesn't it? When she finally stepped out of her room, the corridor stretched endlessly in both directions, dust motes dancing in shafts of light that fell from high, narrow windows. The Loftus Observatory's abandoned north wing echoed with each tentative step she took, the sound amplifying her solitude. For a moment, panic clawed at her chest, the same panic that had made time elongate, twist, and stretch in her cell. The hallway seemed to elongate before her eyes, distance warping for fear. But she forced herself to take one step, and then another. not towards hope or meaning, but simply away from stillness. The East Tower waited beyond the academy grounds, its ice-rimmed windows as empty as she felt inside. Pat, pat, pat. Yay! Yes, that's the boopity boppity there. That's your chapter. Let me grab my tea here. Nice cup of cocoa. I'll listen to this. Pretty great. It's pretty great. I wish I had some hot cocoa. What a nice chapter. It only gets better from here. My chapter writing abilities progressively got just better and better, if I do say so myself. I'm not gonna humble brag, but I'm gonna humble brag. Yay, wholesome. Not exactly wholesome, but you know, it's a improvement. I mean, she's not, you know, not having panic attacks and flopping all over the place. Finally caught one of your streams. Hello, Remi the Dreamfox. Hello, also a fox. Simple Fox 1648 Kapat. Welcome to this stream. We're just reading some of my little story here. For Alice, not wholesome at all. Well, she's surviving. She's moving forwards, not having panic attacks and you know, clawing at her throat in panic. My tea is here. It's very good. God, I love the new system we have. The look at the shark. I love the new system we have with the emotes. I can see the Twitch messages right in front of my face now, literally. And it is so funny to see a spinning shark going past my face. What tea flavor did you choose? It was Polish sleepy tea. What it contains, I do not remember. I don't remember. But I do know that it's good. I do know it's good. But that is the end of the chapter. Let us relocate while I get ourselves to a different scene here. If anyone has any music that fits these kind of vibes, so like, you know, very background ambiance sort of musica, that will be peachy keen. Princess. Okay, let's go with do we go with that, or do we go with that? I think that's gonna be more appropriate. Yeah? That good? Oh, that's good. Let me make my big old noggin a little smaller here. Okay. I think that's good. And whoop-ya! Ta-da! We're in a courtyard. Hello. Which means no more that noises. We're gonna go with some.
This was a triumph. I'm making a note here. Hug success. For the good of all of us, expect the one who Alta 4 ed himself due to Alice.
Princess what? Jesus Christ. Do you enjoy drinking tea? I love drinking tea. It's also great for reading because it's good on the throat. Except the one who Alta for himself. Dear God. Oh no, my tea is cold. I waited so long to drink it that it got cold. Dang it. Okay. Let us pull up a Dreamfest submission. I see Mr. Dumble submitted something. Gotta drink this fast before it gets even colder. Let me save this image that you have submitted. Let me boopity mcboppity bop bop and bop bop. Wah! Ta-da! It's me with text in front of me. I'll ask you what it says. This is my Oshi.
Go ahead and leave me. I think I'd prefer to stay inside, Dot. Maybe you'll find someone else to help you. Maybe Remi the Dreamfox. That was a joke. Haha. Fat chance.
What?
Anyway, this cake is great.
My princess, what the heck? Also, we have some snow. You guys tell it's snow. It kind of sounds like rain. It's a little bit intense. It's a little bit intense too. Hold on. Modifying audio files. Get rid of that. Quiet that. Quiet that. There we go. Okay. Okay. This is my Oshi. There are many like it, but this one is mine. My Oshi is my best friend. It is my life. I must master it as I must master my life. Without me, my Oshi is useless. Without my Oshi, I am useless. I must pat my Oshi a lot. I must water gun harder than my detractors, which are trying to water gun me. I must soak them before them soak me. I will, ... My Oshi and I know what counts in streams is not the snacks we steal, the apes of our sleep, nor the dreams we make. We know that it is the pats that count. We will pat. We will pat. My Oshi is a fox, even as I am human, because it is my dreams. Thus I will learn it as a stamp. I will learn its flops, its yays, its floofs, its fluffs, its tail and its ears. I will keep my Oshi ka and padded. Even as I am ka and padded, we will become part of each other's dreams. We will ... Before God, I swear this creed, my Oshi and I are the patters of heads. We are the masters of our nightmares. We are the saviors of dreams. So be it until Eep is Oshi's and there are no nightmares but dreams. Wow! Very good job, Mr. Jumbles. Let me apply one ginormous kapat upon your head. Kapat! Yay! This man has been watching Full Metal Patek and Patek. Already in the Dreamfest submissions.
This is my Oshi, this is my dream, this is for padding, this is for EEP.
And just scrolling through the Dreamfest submissions here. We have Bordude, we have DK, we have Sourcey, and then we have... Wait, who did it? Who did... I forwarded this into the Dreamfest channel by who did the angel Remi? Who did the biblically accurate angel Remi with big hat? What a beautiful poem. I agree with Remi. It is amazing. Well said, Simple Fox. Well said. That was me. Okay, so she's got 2 submissions. Let's see, it's 8:30. Let us pat through another chapter and then we shall pat another submission. I also brought some of the Chinese ancient throat medicine as well, because I know I'm gonna need that. Actually, let me get ahead of the curb and just slurp. Yeah. Why is it so... Oh my god. It is more viscous than honey. It is also extremely sticky, so I gotta be careful. Hey, gotta undo the cork. Hold on. Okay, I gotta be very careful. Very, 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 very careful. Do not spill this, Remi, please. Okay. Spoon is stuck. Mission accomplished. We're so freaking good at this. I actually made plenty of submissions for the Dreamfest. I see 1, 2. Oh, wait a minute. I have to scroll up more. Oh, that's right, cause the me and you at the coffee shop. That was cause I saw the the image of the Squish Princess head pad, but I thought it ended there. Okay, so we have several from Soroshi. Also, a secret one in your DMs. I mean, which secret one are you speaking of, Mr. Jumbo Ocean? Oh, yeah, that one. We can. There's also the video I made. You're talking about the Scud video, right? Here, before we start the next chapter, let us pat one of Soroshi's submissions here, or we're gonna show the Angel Remi. Behold. Now I want you guys to pretend this is like Terraria, and like a little text appears. A tumultuous force appears in the heavens. Dun 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 dun. Da, 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 da. Behold the ultimate force from the heavens. It is Orb Remi with ginormous hat abilities, baby. Look at that. Wow. Truly majestic. Personally, I'm a big fan of the giant hat. The giant hat really
Be not afraid.
Be not afraid. Be only pass. Be only pass. I even left in the ungodly watermark in there. I feel like the watermark adds charm. Let me put on some sort of other background noises here just to switch it up a little bit. Sure would love to be able to look at my playlists. YouTube, that would be great. Pat. What if... I'm just listening to my own video there. Maybe we could use, you know, vibes aren't there. We're just gonna go with this for now. No. Okay. Next chapter. The Silent Choice. The narrow wooden door of the Loftus Observatory creaked open as Alice stepped outside. Gray Academy robes hanging like a shroud around her too thin frame. Winter morning light sliced across her face, sharp, cold, and unforgiving. After the dim shelter of her assigned room, her silver hair caught the pale sunlight, gleaming like captured moonlight, despite her attempts to tame it into something less conspicuous. 8 days had passed since they'd moved her from the cell beneath the observatory to the abandoned wing. This music is too comf_Remi. Even though it's repetitive, we're gonna just kind of keep padding this song. And then we're just gonna run it through the pedals. I don't think the Remi audio effects are gonna be working out too well, so we might as well dedicate the pedals to the ambiance of the music. Just keep patting, baby. Okay, now if we do... Okay. Okay, perfect. Reading mode engaged. 8 days of silence, of watching snow fall through frost-etched windows, of trying to piece together what remained of herself after the eternity she'd spent in that stone box below. Today, that fragile peace would end. The Dean was waiting. You understand these restrictions are temporary, the Dean said, his study warm with the glow of enchanted braziers despite the bitter cold pressing against leaded windows. Outside, snow fell in thick, relentless flakes, obscuring the view of the academy grounds. Until we can be certain of your adjustment to academic life. Alice stood motionless before his desk, her eyes fixated on a point just above his left shoulder. Maps of the academy grounds were spread between them, certain areas circled in red ink, her permitted territories in this vast maze of stone and water. You may attend these 3 classes, he continued, tapping specific buildings on the map. Magic theory with Professor Voss, practical applications with Master Halwick, and ethical frameworks with Mistress Everly. His finger traced a narrow path between the buildings. We'll take these routes between classes, direct with minimal exposure to the general student population. The boundaries of our new prison, drawn in ink rather than stone. A small library annex here, another tap, is available to you during the afternoon hours when it sees less traffic. Meals will be delivered to your quarters, though you may use a small dining area in the eastern wing if you prefer. She remained silent, absorbing the constraints without visible reaction. What difference did it make where she ate, where she walked, what books she read? The true prison was inside her now, built of memories she couldn't escape. You will not practice magic without supervision, the Dean added, his voice softening slightly. For your protection as much as others. Your control is still fragile. Alice's expression remained unchanged, revealing nothing of her thoughts on this particular restriction. The Dean watched her for a long moment. You haven't spoken since your first night here, he observed, his tone careful. The physical examination showed no damage to your vocal cords. Is this choice permanent? Alice's gaze dropped to her hands, folded neatly in her lap. Words. Her words had woven enchantments that destroyed lives, had crafted lives that shattered reality, had spilled from her lips like poison disguised as honey. What good were words now? What could they possibly accomplish except more destruction? My voice has done enough damage. Her thought formed in the air between them, telepathic whisper, barely strong enough to reach his mind. The Dean nodded slowly, accepting her decision without pressing further. I understand. However, your professors may require some form of communication. Would you be willing to use this mental projection when necessary, at least with the faculty? Alice inched her head once. A small, precise movement. Yes, but only when absolutely required. You have any questions before your first class, he asked. She shook her head. No questions, no words, no chances for her voice to cause more pain. Very well. Thomas will show you to Professor Voss's classroom. The eastern route, I think. As if summoned by his words, a knock sounded at the door. A young man in apprentice robes entered, his eyes widening slightly at the sight of Alice before he quickly schooled his expression. Ah, Thomas, please show our new student to Professor Voss's classroom. Thomas walked 3 steps ahead, glancing back occasionally to ensure she followed. Her silence clearly unnerved him, but he made no attempt to fill it with meaningless chatter. The academy revealed itself as a bewildering labyrinth of narrow passages, stone bridges spanning across dark canals, and buildings that seemed to lean towards each other across open courtyards. Winter had transformed Verica into a stark monochrome painting. White snow, gray stone, black water. The sky hung low and heavy with clouds, promising more snow before the day's end. They crossed their first bridge, a wooden structure whose planks creaked ominously beneath their weight. Below, a canal cut through the academy grounds like an open wound, its dark water flowing sluggishly beneath a thin layer of ice. Wind whistled through the gaps between buildings, carrying knives of cold that sliced through Alice's academy robes. Watch your step here, Thomas warned, the first words he'd spoken. It gets slippery after snowfall. Alice followed silently, her steps careful on the frost-slick wood. Time wavered around her anxiety, the bridge suddenly seeming much longer than it had appeared. Each plank stretched before her, the distance to solid ground expanding impossibly. Thomas disappeared at the far end, his figure distorted as if viewed through warped glass, while she remained trapped in this stretched moment. Her heart pounded unnaturally loud in her ears, each beat separated by an eternity. Snowflakes hung suspended in the air around her, frozen in their descent. And then reality snapped back. The bridge contracted to its normal length, and suddenly she was across. Thomas watching her with a poorly concealed unease. The snow resumed its relentless fall, gathering on her shoulders like a tiny crystalline weight. Are you, well? He asked, maintaining his careful distance. She nodded once, sharply. No words. Words would reveal the fractures in her reality. They continued through a narrow passage between 2 buildings, emerging in a courtyard where students gathered in small clusters, their conversations creating a buzz that pressed against Alice's senses. Their breath formed clouds in frigid air, dissolving upwards towards the steel-gray sky. Oh, right, I have visuals, guys. Hold on. Why have I been using the visuals? Hold on. Let me just scoot my ass. Whack! Princess, can you? Okay, there we go. And let me take Angel Remi, swap the buddy out with. Here's some of the scenes that we have seen thus far. It's an Alice, guys. Look at her. She's vibing. Well, she's, vibing. she's not vibing very well, guys. Oh, says the story. That's right. We have that one. We have her chilling by the window with the dean. There she is. Very not comf underscore Remi. We also have her dramatic decision to don the academy with robes in the previous chapter. Very nice, very nice. And then... Okay, I didn't make one for this chapter because I added this chapter in, but for the next chapter we'll have something. I'm gonna remain over here on this side though. She's so distraught. Yes, she is. No, she is. Thank you for noticing. The conversations creating a buzz that pressed against Alice's senses. Their breath formed clouds in the frigid air, dissipating upwards towards the steel gray sky. As they noticed her silver hair and crimson eyes, silence spread outwards like ripples in disturbed water. "That's her," someone whispered, voice carrying in the winter air. "The Fey Witch, the Dean's project, locked in the observatory." Thomas quickened his pace, leading her through the gauntlet of stares and whispers. "Almost there," he said, not looking back. "Just past the central fountain, and through the western arch." Alice kept her gaze fixated on his heels, ignoring the eyes that followed her progress. Her breathing remained steady through sheer force of will, though her heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped bird. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, carrying the winter wind that swirled through the courtyard. He should have kept her in that cell. He killed someone in Valorous. Enchanted an entire family. For just a moment, as they passed through past the frozen fountain, Alice glimpsed a figure standing apart from the others. A young woman with pale skin and jet black hair, adorned with what looked like small silvery ornaments. Snowflakes caught her dark hair like tiny stars against the night sky. Like the other students, who seemed torn between fear and fascination, the Watcher's gaze held something different, something that resembled recognition. The encounter lasted barely a heartbeat before Thomas hurried her onwards, but the memories of those dark, asserting eyes lingered, the only face in the crowd that hadn't held judgment or fear. Each accusation carved into her with surgical precision, finding the tender spots she thought she sealed away. Memories threatened to surface. Lysander's face twisted in despair, her Lady Maya's eyes widening in horror as the enchantments broke. The Dean's voice reading the charges against her while she knelt on the cold floor. No, I lost my place. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Time distorted again, the courtyard expanding around her, faces blurring into pale ovals with dark accusatory eyes. Oh, we're not there just yet. Repeat once? Why is that an option, Spotify? Enable repeat. There we go, yeah. Yeah, there we go, yeah, okay. Wow, I don't know why Spotify's being dumb. Ahem. The fountain at the center stretched upwards, its frozen water caught in strange, impossible shapes. Snow swirled in slow, mesmerizing patterns, each flake a tiny star falling in eternal night. Thomas's voice reached her, as if from a great distance. "Hurry, we're going to be..." Reality snapped back again, more violently this time. Alice stumbled, nearly falling, as the world reshaped itself around her. Thomas was waiting at an archway, concern wearing with fear on his face. The snow fell harder now, driven sideways by a wind that seemed to find every gap in her robes. "Just round here," he said, gesturing to a stone path. The classroom is the third door on the right. The first class. Professor Voss's classroom was already half filled when Alice entered alone, having dismissed Thomas at the door. The room fell instantly silent, conversations cutting off mid-words as all eyes turned towards her. Melting snow dripped from her robes, forming a small puddle at her feet. The classroom was arranged in tiered semicircles, focusing attention on the central demonstration area where complex enchantment diagrams covered the floor in chalk outlines. Sorry. Alice hesitated in the doorway, scanning for a seat that would draw the least attention. Through the windows, she could see the snow falling with renewed intensity, as if nature itself sought to bury Verica under its cold weight. There, a place in the furthest corner, partially shadowed by a supporting column. She moved towards it with careful steps, aware of every eye tracking her movement. Her breath held in anticipation of what? Did they expect her to sprout wings? Cast enchantments on them all? The empty space that formed around her seat was both a blessing and a curse. Isolation was safer, but the deliberate distance only emphasized her otherness. Alice sat straight-backed formality. Yes, that's the word. Her hands folded in her laps, her face revealing nothing of the chaos churning inside. The cold that had seeped through into her bones during the journey remained, despite the classroom's magical warmth. The students' whispers returned, a soft hiss like a wind through wind-bare branches. Shouldn't be allowed in classes with the normal students, where she can read minds. Don't look directly in her eyes. Each comment seeped through her skin like ice water through clothes, chilling her from within. The air seemed too thick, reluctant to enter her lungs. Professor Voss entered in a swirl of practical robes, her iron gray hair pulled back in a severe style that matched her reputation for uncompromising standards. Ice crystals clung to her hems, a testament of the bitter cold outside. She moved to the demonstration area with brisk efficiency, settling down several heavy tomes before turning to face the class. Her gaze found Alice immediately, though she gave no obvious reaction behind a slight narrowing of her eyes. "We have a new student joining us today," she announced, her voice crisp and authoritative. "I expect you all to maintain the decorum befitting of future practitioners of the arcane arts." The subtle emphasis on decorum silenced the remaining whispers, though the weight of stares remained. "Today we continue our examination of the theoretical framework of transmutation magic," Professor Voss continued, turning to the blackboard. "Last session we discussed the principles of equivalent exchange. Who can summarize the concept?" Several hands raised. Alice kept her own firmly clasped in her lap, her gaze fixated on the empty parchment before her. A quill sat untouched beside it, its sharp point and delicate feather triggering memories of countless scrolls she'd crafted in Valorous. Spells of discord and confusion, enchantments designed to turn friend against friend, love to suspicion. The familiar tool now seemed tainted by her past deeds. As Professor Voss called on the student in the front row, Alice tried to focus on the words, to anchor herself in the present moment, but reality kept slipping. The classroom alternately expanding and contracting around her. The professor's voice stretched into unintelligible sounds, then compressed into a sharp, sudden clarity. "Fundamental ethical consideration in all transmutation magic." Outside, the storm intensified, snow battering against the windows with increasing urgency, as if seeking entrance. The wind's howl penetrated even the classroom's thick walls, a mournful counterpart to the lecture. The chalkboard scratched against the chalk scratched against the blackboard, the sound piercing Alice's fractured awareness like needles through silk. She winced, a tiny break in her perfect composure. "Remi is wonderful to listen to. Yeah, I'm doing best." Of course they would judge her. Yeah, they're kind of asshats. Drove someone mad from her enchantments. Oh, behind her the whispers continued, somehow audible despite the professor's lecture. Drove someone mad for enchantments. Family in Valorous still hasn't recovered. The boy who died. Alice's fingers clenched at her laps, nails digging crescents into her palms. The pain helped, offering a sharp point to focus in her increasingly unstable perception. She would not speak, would not scream, would not weave enchantments to silence them all. Her voice had caused enough suffering already. With the bushy fox. 1,000 breaths of silence for every word that caused pain. The thought came unabided, a penance her mind invented on the spot. She focused on her breathing, trying to steady the rhythm as Professor Voss moved across the classroom. Her lecture touching on various aspects of transmutation theory. The windows rattled in their frames as the winter storm outside grew more violent, matching the tempest building in Alice's chest. Out of the corner of her eye, Alice glimpsed the same dark-haired student from the courtyard, seated near the classroom center. Unlike her peers who strained to avoid looking directly at Alice, this girl made no such effort. Her steady gaze followed Alice occasionally throughout the lecture, neither hostile nor frightened, merely curious. "Alice," Professor Voss said suddenly, her voice cutting through the classroom's murmurs, "perhaps you could explain the principles of material conversation in base-to-base transmutation?" The room grew impossibly quiet. Alice could hear her own heartbeat thundering in her ears, feeling the weight of every stare boring into her. Time began to stretch again, the movement expanding like soap bubbles about to burst. Outside, the storm reached a crescendo, the snow and wind battering against the windows with renewed fury, as if winter itself sought to break through the glass and claim her. "Alice," Professor Voss repeated, her voice hardening slightly. The conservation principle in transmutation. Surely someone with your background can illuminate this topic for us." A window pane cracked from the storm's assault, a thin line spreading across the glass like a frozen thunderbolt. Students nearest to it shifted nervously in their seats, eyes darting between the damaged window and a silver-haired girl in the corner. Alice opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. Her throat constricted as if invisible hands were tightening around it. The quill in her hand trembled, leaving an ugly blot of ink that spread across her parchment like a wound. 1,000 breaths of silence. But she couldn't even find one. Her lungs refused to cooperate, seizing in her chest as panic consumed from within. Behind her, whispers began to spread like ripples in still water. "Won't even speak. Thinks she's too good. Heard what she did to that noble family." Every whispered fragment dissolved the edges of her resolve, making time stretch even further. The classroom warped around her, desks elongating, windows bending, faces smearing into grotesque masks of judgment. She could feel her grip on time slipping, her magic responding to her panic like a cornered animal. All right, time to get some images. Hold on. I'm gonna go with chapter 5. There we are. We're gonna go with... There we go. Trippy. The storm outside and the storm within merged, boundaries dissolving between inner and outer chaos. Snowflakes seeming to materialize inside the classroom, swirling with impossible patterns around her head. The window's cracks spread further, branching like veins across the glass. "Lady Alice," Professor Voss said, her voice now strangely distant. "I'm still waiting for your answer." Memories crashed through her mind's wall. And it's also written like this. Yeah. And that's chapter 5. She may have been a little bit triggered there because they just called her Lady Alice, her old title. That's right. That's right. We're getting in deep, guys. We're getting in deep. We're getting to the juicy parts. We're getting to the absolute juice here in a bit. But before we do that, I'm gonna eat some of these snacks. I have 3 teeny tiny Kinder Minis, which I really don't get the Kinder Minis. There's like the Kinder Sticks, but like like a fifth of it in tiny form. Lady Alice, what do you guys have in mind? Well, the teacher just calling her that. I'm just gonna switch up the music temporarily while we are in an intermission here. Oh. Pat, 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 pat. Also, another small detail that you guys unfortunately can't appreciate. The writing is written kind of funky. Like, for example, I don't know if it's going to translate to YouTube chat. Oh, wow. It does. Interesting. Cool. Now, like, the actual text itself gets warped as you read into this part in order to simulate her losing her goddamn mind. In Polish, I can't read Polish. Are you kidding me? That language is impossible to understand. Oh, yeah, that's right. Now that I know that, I'm gonna start posting some of these in here. We had a few of these earlier, like they were here somewhere, but my window is very tiny right now. How does this one translate? Wow, it does. Holy crap. Okay, that's amazing. That's in the next chapter. Don't worry about that. But let us look at another Dreamfest submission. Who shall we look at now? Perhaps Bordude. We only got Bordude submission. Bordude drew an absolutely spectacular rendition of Alice. So let me pull that up here. Unable to save image. Discord, what the hell are you on? Okay, there we go. Literally never saw that error before. Oh, right, this one. Yes, right, that one. Hold on. Here it is. Ta-da! Oh my god. Holy crap, this image is huge. Can I right click? Transform and center. Oh, okay, that did not help. Hold on. We don't want to stretch and fit. Ta-da! Massive, absolutely humongigantic. Da-dan, dan, 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 dan. We have Alice, and she's looking a little bit flop. Remi, she's looking a little bit flop. She's looking a little bit sad. As her, moving myself. As her reality is breaking and shattering around her. It's very sad, flop underscore me, but my goodness, is it wonderful artwork. Everyone, please head pat the board dude on 3. 1, 2, 3, kapat! Yay! I love her very fancy and regal dress. Like she's got the brooch, she's got like the fancy golden cuffs around her wrists and the neck, and she's got the bows, and most cool of all, she's got the red eyes. She's got the freaking red eyes. They're a little bit crying, but she's got the red eyes. Love the shadow, it's so good. Awesome. Pat, pat, pat. Big pats all around. Excellent work on this board, dude. See the black dragon? Oh, she the black dragon. I still don't get it. Why is she a black dragon, DK? I believe she is a human person. I think dragons look very different. Oh. Red Eyes Black Dragon. Black dragons have red eyes? No, she's not a dragon, guys. She is a human person. Trust me, I would know. I got the free feat when she was first made. Remi not falling for my trap. Of course, I can activate it. It's Joey's card from Yugi. Oh, Red Eyes Black Dragon. Oh. I fuse my Red Eyes Black Dragon with Time Wizard in order to transform him into Elderly Red Eyes Black Dragon. What? No way. Joey Wheeler, I didn't realize you were so smart. That's right. I'm gonna use this concept for the next 5 seasons. I play Pot of Greed. It allows me to draw 2 additional cards. What? Hi, English reality. Come on. We are in intermission currently. Oh my god. I gotta finish watching Yu-Gi-Oh! I remember watching it on like Saturday morning cartoons. Freaking loved it. I was obsessed with it. I've finally been noticed. Have you been here? You have been here. You've been sipping the whole time. Your blue name melded with DK active camo. I'm sorry, glitched. I was wondering where you were. I was like, oh, show the D&D maps. That's right. I was like, man, I wonder when Glitch Reality is gonna get here. Here, let me give you an extra large Capac. He's been making clips. Oh my goodness, I feel bad. I'm sorry. I've been really engrossed into the reading of the story. When did you arrive? What parts have you heard so far? While I pull up the map. Here we are, maps. Bum 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 bum. So we're gonna show the map of the region here first. Come on. Ta-da! Here is the northern area. Behold its beauty, its custom drawn goodness. This is for our Viking campaign. Can I make this bigger? Wait, really? I can't make it bigger? Oh, because the transform thing, huh? Okay, there we go. Why is it scaling so weird? What the heck? Hold on, let me just delete this and re-import it. Can you guys see where Verica is? Do you guys see it? 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 Blah. There we go. I think it's easier to ignore some of my messages since my name is about the same length as SE Salema like Simulator. I think it's just the blue coloring for me. But Verica is right down here, right on the bottom where you see it. It's the little island, and to the top left of it is Valorous. And there is Korolev. It is a country to the west. There is the Holy Carolinian Empire, big fancy empire to the south. The Valerian League is a little independent little collection of principalities. Verica, the Island of Wizards, and then the north is different Viking tribes, and then we have the far north. These sure are places. It is a very nice custom made map for our campaign that the DM has made. He makes some freaking banger maps. Absolutely wonderful, absolutely wonderful. The fact that he like has it like super Viking theme, like you got the monster on the bottom right, You have like the runes all around the map and all everything. Is a gray name easier? I mean, it does kind of stand out more. It's very well made. Look at the level of detail. Holy Carolingian Empire. Essentially, like the Holy Carolingian Empire is sort of like, kind of like English based. Korolev is sort of like kind of like a Russian inspired base. Valerian League, a bit more Polish base. Verica, I believe, is kind of more of a Venice type base. But yeah, this map, absolute banger. I could send the D&D map I made a few years ago. Wow, why not? Go ahead and post it in the Dreamfest. The other one that we had was this one. This is a fantastic map as well. This was during our desert campaign. Dun, 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 dun. The desert campaign in Sarna. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You got the big river. You got the little towns. You have the ginormous ass city in the middle, Sarna. You have the great sand sea and the mountains to the left. Wow. Very beautiful. It's very beautiful. This is the second campaign we ever did together, and what other maps do I have here? The first one that we did was, I believe it took place here. I don't remember because the majority of it was underground. So I think we saw this for like the show D&D maps. I'm doing that right now. Oh, yeah. I think we saw this for like the first teeny little bit, and then it immediately switched to this. I think this is like the second tier of the Underdark where we went underground. And then like we were trying to find the Great Anvil, which is like super deep underground. So we're going towards the center of the earth. So things like the Toxic Jungle, a giant underground forest, the Twilight Wood, which we never saw, unfortunately. It sounded really sick though. This was the upper area, I believe. This was the upper area. Very badass maps, very big cut paths all around. And the last one I'm going to show is this is the big city on the desert map. This is like the biggest city in the world, I believe it was. So then yeah, made a whole custom map for that one city. It's pretty freaking sick. Everyone, please pat my DM on 3. 1, 2, 3. Kapat. But yes, let's continue reading the story. Let me grab the Alice images. What's that?
43.75% complete _Remi excite.
Yo! Let's freaking go. 21 months. Glitch reality or absolute mad lad? Is it really 43.75%? Holy crap. That top tier badge is a freaking endeavor. Oh my goodness, but thank you very much for 21 months of continued support. It just feels crazy saying that out loud. 21 months. A lot of months. God dang. Can't believe I've been doing this for that long. But here we go. We got Alice there. Okay. Let me do one small sip. Yum, 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 yum. This chapter is called Anchors in a Timeless Sea. That water gun is useless. Virtual reality is useless. Also, yeah, you're right. It does. Your name does match Dream Elements. It's like 2 words of almost equal size. You got like the little crowbar next to you. Not crowbar. Wrench next to you. Except you have a space in the middle. Okay, back into our music here as well. Lady Alice, Professor Voss said, her voice cutting through the silence that had fallen over the classroom. I'm still waiting for your answer. That title, Lady Alice, fell upon her like an avalanche of memory and pain. It wasn't just a form of address. It was the key that unlocked everything she had tried to bury. Time shattered around her, fragmenting into jagged pieces that cut deeper than glass. Time stopped. Her body, still seated at her desk, had become a prison she couldn't escape. Every muscle froze, her lungs refusing to expand, her heart hammering against her ribs in pain, irregular bursts. The classroom warped around her perception, desks elongating with impossible shapes, students' faces blurring into nightmarish masks, the winter light from the windows stretching into ribbons of cold illumination that twisted like living things. The storm outside intensified, snow swirling of hypnotic patterns that mirrored the chaos in her mind. Professor Voss asked something else, but her words stretched into meaningless sounds. Can I not post that? I guess it doesn't let me post that. Dang it. Oh, because it counts as multiple characters. That's what it looks like inside the story. Lady Alice. The memory broke through her like a fist through glass. Maya adjusting her collar before a dinner party. Her touch gentle yet precise. My darling, remember that a noble woman's posture speaks volumes before she utters a single word. George in his study, pride warming his voice as he presented her with a family heirloom. My precious daughter, this compass has guided the Krasimskis for generations. Now it shall guide you. Lysander in the moonlit garden, the first time he saw her true form, wonder rather than fear in his eyes. Your eyes, they're like sunset caught in precious stones. The whispers around her grew louder, more intense, slicing through consciousness like winter wind through thin clothes. Is there something wrong with her? Why isn't she saying anything? Why is she just staring? Is she not responding? The boy she killed. Someone should get hurt. Each fragment of speech drove into her consciousness like jagged ice, tearing at her fragile composure. Her breathing became shallow gasps, her vision narrowing to a pinpoint, her body frozen while her mind splintered into chaos. Then, mercifully, her instincts took over. She fled. Next image. Music is so spooky. She fled. Her chair clattered to the floor with a crash that sounded like an avalanche. In her distorted perception, the door seemed impossibly far away, the distance stretching with each desperate step. The students' faces blurred as she passed, their expressions warping from surprise to fear to judgment. Panic, 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 panic. The corridor outside twisted like a living thing, walls breathing, ceilings pulsing, floor undulating beneath her feet. Snow fell from beyond the windows, each flake suspended in the air, frozen in time like her fracturing mind. She ran and ran and ran and ran. Her feet carried her blindingly through the academy, through hallways that extended endlessly, past doorways that multiplied before her eyes, across courtyards of snow that crunched like breaking bones beneath her feet. She had no destination, only the desperate need to escape the voices, the memories, and the judgment. Until finally, the great library loomed before her, vast and silent and dark. The doors, ancient oak branded with iron, their surfaces carved with symbols of knowledge and protection, swung open at her touch, as if the ancient building itself welcomed her desperation. Inside, a cathedral of knowledge unfolded before her, soaring arches suspended a ceiling that vanished into shadow. The ginormous columns carved to resemble trees held up upper galleries that ringed around the central chamber. Massive windows of stained glass filtered the weak winter light into jewel-toned beams that illuminated millions of books arranged in countless shelves that stretched into the distance. The smell of old parchment and binding glue wrapped around her like a familiar blanket. The scent of knowledge preserved across centuries. The library was hushed yet still alive, with the occasional creak of old wood and whispered pages turning somewhere in the vastness. Alice drove herself deeper, past the main reading room of polished tables, past the reference section with carefully organized shelves, into the forgotten corners where dust gathered on tomes no one has touched in decades. Here, in the furthest reaches where shadows pooled like ink, she finally collapsed. Her knees struck the stone floor, her body curling into itself, arms wrapped around her middle as if physically holding herself together. Time continued to warp around her panic, stretching seconds into eternities, compressing minutes into heartbeats. She felt herself splintering like a mirror struck by a hammer. Part of her washed from above, part of her drowned in memory, part of her crumbled to dust, and what remained clung desperately to the last fragments of herself. Hold on, I'm gonna post what that looks like. Hello, Samu! Pat, pat, pat. We're in a very dramatic section right now. The library's secluded corner, with its towering shelves arranged in a protective semicircle around her, suddenly reminded her of George's study. The same warm scent of books, the same quality of hushed reverence, the same sense of safety amid the accumulation of knowledge. The memory was so vivid that for a moment she could almost see his desk materializing in the shadows, could almost hear the scratch of his quill as he worked on correspondence late into the night, his face illuminated by a single candle as she watched from the doorway in her nightgown, unable to sleep. Reality and memory blurred until she could no longer tell which was which. The temperature seemed to drop, though whether from winter chill seeping through ancient stone or from her own fractured perception, she couldn't tell. Focus on my voice, Alice. The dean's voice pierced through her hysteria like a beam of light through storm clouds. Wait. What indeed, Sorcy? The dean's voice pierced through her hysteria like a beam of light through storm clouds. She hadn't heard him approach, hadn't noticed his presence until his words reached through the tempest of her mind. But copy. Paste. Look at the bookshelf across from you. Continued, his voice steady and calm. Count the books on the lowest shelf. Out loud if you can. In your mind if you can't. 1. She thought frantically, clinging to the instructions like a drowning person in driftwood. Her vision tunneled to the shelf as he indicated, where ancient tomes stood in regimented rows. 2. 3. Good. Keep counting. Notice how each number follows the next. No faster, no slower. Time moves forwards, one moment after another. 4. With 4, her fingers stopped trembling. 5. With 5, her breathing found rhythm. 6. With 6, the room stopped spinning. With each number, the horrible stretching of time seemed to ease slightly. The memories began to recede, their edges softening, losing their immediate sharp-edged clarity. Oh, that's right, I have more images. Hold on. We need the panic attack. The effects along with the narrative really gives an unsettling aura. That's right. And the images only help. We have that one. We have this one of her freaking out as well. Very dramatic, very dramatic. Oh no! And then we also have this one. Alice! Not her crying blood! And then we have... Okay. 7. With 7, her thoughts stopped fracturing. 8. With 8, the voices of memory grew quiet. 9. With 9, her muscles began to unclench. That's it. When time starts to slip, when memories threaten to overtake you, find something to count. Steps between classes, breaths, heartbeats, anything that moves in steady rhythm. 10. With 10, her vision cleared, and 11. 11. With 11, the world's edges sharpened. 12. With 12, colors settled into their proper places. Her breathing began to steady, matching the rhythm of her counting. The library around her gradually solidified, edges becoming firm, shadows returning to their proper places. The dean remained a careful distance away, his presence solid but not overwhelming, close enough to help, far enough not to crowd. Through the library's high windows, she could see snow still falling, no longer suspended, frozen by time, but drifting steadily, naturally. The phantom memory of George's study faded, leaving only the real library around her, its ancient tomes and hushed reverence for knowledge. Memories will still come, he said quietly, his voice gentle as falling snow, but they don't have to drown you. Count until you remember how to breathe. Count until time remembers how to move properly again. 13. 14. 15. Your temporal perspective is tied to your emotions. I've seen this before in others who have spent time in the realms of the Fae. Strong feelings make time stretch and bend. But numbers are constant, unchanging. They can be an anchor when reality starts to slip. Oh my god, the dean looks like Dr. House. What? Dr. House doesn't have gray beard and hair. What are you talking about? Smack's head. This Pat's head. This girl can fit so many panic attacks. Her using George as some sort of comfort is bittersweet. Alice uncurled slightly, her arms still wrapped tight around her knees, but the desperate tension in her shoulders easing. Her crimson eyes, once wild with panic, now focused on the bookshelf with grim determination. Her mental voice, when it finally came, was barely a whisper. Does it ever get easier? The memories? No. But handling them? Yes. With practice, with patience. He gestures to the books she'd been counting. Start with small things. Count your steps between classes. Count your breath during lectures. Count patterns, routines. They won't fix everything, but they'll give you something to hold on to when time threatens to swallow you whole. 16, 17, 18. She could feel time beginning to flow normally again, like a river returning to its proper course after being temporarily dammed. A horrible, stretched feeling was fading, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion that made her limbs feel like lead. When you're ready, the dean said, rising slow to his feet. Try counting your steps back to your room. Take your time. Focus on the numbers. Let them carry you forward. Remember how to move on your own. He left her there among the shadows and books, but his words remained like a lifeline in turbulent waters. Alice stayed until her breathing had completely steadied, until the last echoes of panic had faded into a familiar numbness. The cold stone beneath her had warmed slightly from her body heat, no longer feeling alien against her skin. For a long time, she simply sat, letting the library's ancient silence wrap around her like a protective spell. The scent of old books and leather bindings gradually replaced the phantom smells of her memories. Jasmine perfume, rose oil, the citrus cologne Lysander had worn. She studied her surroundings, memorizing the details of the sanctuary she had stumbled upon, the intricate woodwork of the bookshelves, the patterns in the stone floor, the way the light filtered through the distant stained glass windows, painting the dust motes of color. Later, she would come to know this corner intimately, would claim it as her own territory, refuge when the academy became too overwhelming, would learn the titles of every book on these neglected shelves, would count them over and over when time threatened to fracture around her. But that was for tomorrow. Finally, she stood on shaky legs, straightening her rumpled robes with trembling hands. The classroom and its whispers seemed far away now, separated by more than just physical distance. She took a deep breath, squared her shoulders, and began to count her steps through the vast cathedral of knowledge toward the door that would lead her back into a world that had shattered her once, but might not succeed a second time. 1. Each footfall deliberate and controlled. 2. Her shadow stretching before her in the library's enchanted light. 3. Time flowing steadily around her once more. 4. The beginning of a path forward, one counted step at a time. Wow! And this is where we start. This is where we start flopping pretty hard, guys. I want to read the next chapter's title and the first sentence. Chapter 7. The Fey Ghost. A year passes like water through stone, persistent, unyielding, leaving only smoothness where once there was edges. What do you mean this is where you flop? This is where we start. This is where we start getting to some juice, man. This is gonna be a meaty freaking chapter. So first, let me relocate here. I forgot to change the scene last boopity bop. So yeah. Remi, I swear to God. It's okay, Sarty. Don't worry. It's gonna be great. She's not gonna feel all sad and pained anymore. It's gonna be amazing. Let's see. What do I want to go with? Alice's room, the library, or Verica in general? Let's go with Verica. I do really like this one. Okay, let's see. Does that fit? What? Don't look at that. Okay, it does not fit completely. Why not? Yeah. Hold on. Look over there. Just look over there for like 2 seconds. Okay, there we go. And everything was in fact not fine. It wasn't fine at all. I got the D&D stuff posted. All right, let me give that a downloadaroo here. We're gonna give this a look. Assuming Discord will let me download this. Come on. Really? Unable to save. Literally, I've never seen this error before, and I'm getting it back to back now. Okay, let me download. Let's me download DK's video. It doesn't let me download Source's video. Okay, it does. It does. What about Source's image here? Lets me download that. What about this image here? Lets me download that. Let me try the D&D map. Okay, there we go. Oof. Okay. It's 9:30. Okay, we're doing decent. We're doing decent. I think we just might be able to finish the story before it's EP time. The next 2 chapters are freaking long. So we need to keep scooting. First, this is a funny one. This is from the last stream of Princess Squishbot. I had her minimized, and for some reason when you have her minimized, she turns into a freaking pancake. Enhance. Is she still alive? Let me double check. Yeah, she's not alive. Let me resurrect her. This one. Princess, you got thrown into the hydraulic press. It's really cool how your guys' messages are like above that. Look at that. Whop.
The hydraulic press was painful.
I'm sure it was, Princess Squashbot. I'm sure it was. Next up we have whoop. This is a big ass map. Yep. 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 Ta-da! We have Mr. Jumbles' mappa. You have the port town. You have the big city above. You have the vortex at the delta. A big ass city down there. A scary looking area down there. This is a very nice and well done map. Did you make that yourself, or did DM make that? Let me sip here. I love how high resolution the maps always are. Like, look at that. Freaking huge. And World Anvil. I am unfamiliar with this World Anvil. Please tell me I have more snacks. Yes! I have one more. Oh, I gotta save this. Oh. Let me pull up the next one here. Oh. Ta-da! Look at that! It's me and Shorsey. We're chilling at the cafe. I look absolutely freaking adorable. Look at the ears. Shorsey's ears are bigger just by a little bit, but that's acceptable. He is a rabbit after all. Yes, understandable. Rabbit ears are pretty big. But my ears are pretty impressive too. Oh, I love the little outfit I have. They are both known for their ears, to be honest. That's right. I have quite the fluffy ears. I have cotton balls in my ears. We got the ear record. I believe this was made in ChatGPT. It's incredible how good the quality has gone with the ChatGPT image generation. Yours is fluffier though. It is crazy how like multiple characters in one scene. You can be like, add this or remove that, and it actually like stays consistent. Absolutely wild stuff. I'm excited to see where it goes next. But thank you very much for the adorable art, Sourcey. Kapow. I said kapow. There you go. Amazingly better than just a year ago. It's moving fast, guys. It's moving fast. Before you know it, we're gonna be enslaved by the robot overlords. We're gonna be put into pods. And instead of, like, you know, like in the Matrix where they made us work forever, they're just gonna put us in a happy VR forever. And it's gonna be a good end, guys. It's gonna be a good end, I swear. Wouldn't that just change the entire context?
Hey, no snitching.
Shush, princess. Don't worry, we're all cool here. This is club meet. But, like, legit, if in the Matrix the robots or like the machines just weren't dicks and didn't make people work eternally, then it would have been just fine. It's like, oh, you're telling me like we get to just sleepy eep in pods forever and just have like an amazing time, not have to work or do anything like that ever again? That's great. That sounds like a done deal. Hell yeah. But no, they just had to be evil and make us work day jobs. Oh, screw them. Down with the system. anyways. Where's the noises? Listen to that again? Listen to that. It's not. Now we're going about this. Okay, next chapter. This is a doozy one, guys. This is a doozy one. Let me scoot me up. Scoot this down. The Fae Ghost. A year passes like water through stone, persistent, unyielding, leaving only smoothness where once there was edges. Time had transformed Alice into something else entirely. The wild creature of chaos who had danced beneath eternal moonlight was gone. In her place stood something neither fully fae nor human. A specter drifting through Verica's ancient halls with such precision, regulatorily, that students set their timepieces by her movements. They call her the Fae Ghost. The silver-haired apprentice who spoke to no one, the crimson-eyed enigma who counted everything, the empty vessel who moved through their mists like a shadow given form. Some said she was proof of the dean's misplaced mercy. Others whispered that she was his most dangerous gamble. None understood why he'd risk the Academy's reputation on a creature who had twisted minds for sport. Alright, let's do the next pictures. Which I had somewhere around here. Like right here. What horrible surprises await us this time. Moonlight filtered through the frost-patterned glass, painting Alice's small tower room in fractured diamonds of cold sunlight. She had been awake precisely 43 minutes, lying motionless, watching dust motes dance through shafts of light. Each particle followed its own chaos pattern, unlike the careful order she had imposed on every aspect of her existence. 117 stones in the eastern wall, 14 ceiling beams, 8 candles, unlit since last evening. These constants anchored her to reality as time threatened to slip and stretch around her. Her mind cataloged every detail of her surroundings with clinical precision, not out of interest but out of necessity. Each counted element was another link in the chain that bound her to the present moment, preventing her from falling into the abyss of memory. And we have just more variety here as well. Another sad Alice in bed. And another sad Alice in bed. I couldn't decide on picking which sad Alice to pick. Jesus Christ. She looks a little bit miserable. She looks a little bit flop underscore Remi. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. At exactly 6:43 a.m., she rose from her bed with mechanical grace. Her movements were precisely calibrated. Not a single gesture wasted, not a single step unnecessary. She folded the blankets with perfect corners, aligned her pillows exactly perpendicular to her headboard, and moved to the small basin where exactly 12 ounces of water awaited her morning ablutions. The gray academy robes hung like a specter beside her bed. Once, in another life, she had reveled in silk and lace, had spent hours choosing gowns the colors of sunset and midnight. Now she felt nothing as her fingers fastened each wooden button, counting silently. 1, 2, 3. Her fingers froze on the third button as a fragment of memory surfaced. Lady Maya's gentle hands fastening pearl buttons on her gown of spring green silk, humming a lullaby she had never sung to any real daughter. Mother? The word formed in her mind unabatedly, sharp and painful as a silver needle. Her counting faltered momentarily. 3, 4... 3? No, 4, 5. Such lapses were dangerous. Emotions made time bend. Memories made time fracture. The perfect emptiness she had manicured was her only protection against the chaos that lurked beneath her carefully constructed facade. Oh, hi, Mark. Hi there, Des. I'm just reading the story here. Alice stood before the small pitted mirror hanging on her wall. A face looked back at her, silver hair falling in a straight curtain past her shoulders, crimson eyes dull as cooling embers, skin pale as winter moonlight. Her reflection was a stranger she had learned to inhabit. The bruise-like shadows beneath her eyes had become permanent fixtures, testament to the exhaustion of maintaining the perfect control. Her cheekbones stood sharp against hollow cheeks. When had she last truly tasted food? Each meal was merely fuel now, necessary substance measured in exact proportions. She turned away from the mirror. Reflections were dangerous too. The calculated path. At 6:47 a.m. precisely, Alice descended the tower's spiral staircase, each step placed with deliberate care. Next image. 42 steps, 42 stone steps, 7 landings, 3 windows passing on the right. The academy was quieter at this hour. After the truly early risers had already departed for breakfast, before the late sleepers emerged from their dormitories, she had mapped out the patterns of human movements throughout Verica with the precision of an astronomer charting stars, finding the empty spaces between the constellations of people. As she reached the tower's entrance, she paused. Through the frosted glass, 3 shadows moved across the courtyard. Oh, let me just show a few more images. Look at her. Wow. Alice, are you vibing? Are you vibing? Oh no, she's not vibing. She's not vibing, guys. We also have... I said Mark, not Jumbles. Her soul is just lost. It's a little bit lost. As she reached the tower's entrance, she paused. Wait, no. Can we do that? Okay. As she reached the tower's entrance, she paused. Through frosted glass, 3 shadows moved across the courtyard. Students heading towards the dining hall. Alice counted 14 breaths until they disappeared. They exited into a bitter winter morning. Why is she always freaking sad? Oh, buddy, you have no idea. Jumble, she literally just went through story time hell. She has a husband, now we are homeless energy. What? Snow crunched beneath her feet, each step leaving a perfect imprint that would vanish beneath others passing, just as she preferred. No trace, no impact, no evidence that she had ever existed at all. The courtyard stretched before her, pristine white, broken only by stone paths that connected Verica's ancient buildings. Her route never varied. 27 steps to the central fountain, 34 to the arched bridge spanning one of the Academy's many waterways, 17 to reach the narrow path that led to the enchantment laboratory. But today, something disrupted her perfect pattern. Well, if it isn't the Dean's pet project, a voice called, sharp as breaking ice. Elizabeth Vale stood at the center of the bridge, surrounded by her usual cohorts of academic elite students. Their honor society sashes gleamed with meticulously embroidered runes, each thread a testament to their supposed superiority. No, seriously. Wrong lady. This is Elizabeth, not Rose. Completely different smugness. Although I really love doing the voice. Elizabeth's golden curls caught the winter sunlight. Her beauty as calculated and cold as everything else about her. Next image. Princess Head Babot, would you please? Thank you. I still have the memory. Below the bridge, dark water flowed in slow, silent currents, reflecting the white stone of Verica's architecture like a mirrored world. The canals that crisscrossed the Academy grounds carried not just water, but whispers. Stories of those who belonged and those who never would. Alice did not alter her path, did not increase her pace, did not acknowledge the interruption. 27 steps to the fountain, 34 to the bridge. I have been examining the admission records, Elizabeth continued, her voice carrying across the crisp morning air. Such fascinating reading. Did you know that Mistress Everly spent 30 years perfecting a single transmutation before being granted entry to these halls? That Master Thornfield sacrificed his eyesight developing the spells that protect our libraries? Her smile sharpened to a cutting edge. Yet here you stand, a creature that should be in a cage rather than a classroom. The barbed words should have stung, should have angered, should have hurt. They all hit the perfect void that Alice has cultivated and simply dissipated, finding no purchase in the emptiness. Princess, go ahead. We have this one, or I think this one might be better. Yeah, this one's better. Where's my place? Tell me, Abomination, Elizabeth pressed, stepping directly into Alice's path. Do you still hear his screams at night? The boy whose mind you shredded like parchment? Or has the Dean taught you to block that out too, along with any shred of consciousness? Princess, help me. Consciousness?
Conscience.
Conscience! Thank you. Along with any shred of conscience your right might possess. 17 smooth stones in the bridge's arch. 12 icicles hanging from its railing. 9 ripples in the dark water below. Elizabeth's face flushed with anger at Alice's continued silence. Nothing to say? How fitting. Even vermin know when to be silent in the presence of their betters. At least the cockroaches that infest the kitchens serve a purpose. Consuming waste. What purpose do you serve, I wonder? Beyond reminding us what happens when we allow monsters to masquerade as students. Sorcy's right. This... Like, reading is difficult, Mr. Jumbles. And this is my guidance, but the sentence structure and creation of Claude AI. So it uses words that I might not necessarily know how to read very well. 37 steps. 34 to the bridge, 17 to the path. Something in Alice's perfect emptiness must have unnerved the girl, because Elizabeth took a step backwards despite her bravado. You don't belong here, she spat, her voice losing its practiced elegance. You never will, and one day, when the dean isn't watching, we'll make sure you remember exactly what you are. Alice moved past her without a single change in expression, maintaining her exact pace, her breathing perfectly even. Her mind registered the interaction as irrelevant data, but filed it away with hundreds of similar encounters she had weathered over the past year. Emotions were dangerous. Reactions were dangerous. Even acknowledgement carried risk of engagement. Perfect emptiness remained undisturbed. And then we have this one. Here she is walking away. Wow. You still got a narrator voice. That's more than enough. And trying to shape this, trying to shape the generated words towards what you want in your context, in your style, your mood. It is a bit of a process. It's a very big learning process. You can tell how much has changed from like comparing this to the Alice video I released. I've got like a half a year ago now, I think, maybe a year ago, on the channel. That was my first attempt at it. And I think it's definitely rough. It's definitely rough. This is more like a novel sort of reading, because my understanding of story flow and all that has gotten better, and my practice and patience with the tools has gotten better, and I don't know, just generally the skills have improved. The laboratory's solitude. Can we get a new image, princess? Okay. The enchantment laboratory occupied the eastern wing of what had once been Verica's observatory. Massive windows stretched from floor to ceiling, their leaded glass distorting the winter landscape beyond. Inside, workbenches of ancient oak stood in precise rows, their surfaces scarred by centuries of magical experimentation. At 7:16 a.m., exactly when she knew the space would be empty, Alice entered through the side door, the laboratory's familiar scent. Sandalwood, silver polish, arcane chemicals, registered as data points rather than sensory experiences. 16 workbenches, 42 ceiling beams, 7 enchanted No! Braziers?
Braziers.
I did get it right. Nice. Very different than my first attempt. Providing steady heat. She moved to her assigned station in the furthest corner, where shadows gathered thickest. The dean had given her the space knowing she would preferred isolation. It was the one kindness she allowed herself to acknowledge. Today's assignment lay waiting for her. A magic detection amulet, simple in theory but requiring exact execution. The rounded stone, no larger than a robin's egg, would glow faintly when exposed to active magic, brighter in proportion to the power used. The dean had begun assigning her these item creations 6 months ago, a way to apply her considerable theoretical knowledge into practical form. Here, people shaped magic into tools, using order to tame it into specific forms with defined purposes. The concept was novel. In the Nightwood, magic had flown like water, wild and free. This methodical approach to harnessing its power into predictable objects was interesting. A tiny spark of curiosity flickered within her at the thought. She extinguished it immediately. Interest led to engagement. Engagement led to emotions. Emotions led to chaos. With methodical precision, Alice arranged her materials. A polished obsidian stone, perfectly spherical. 4 runes from a warding glyph, carved into the brass edges of the amulet. 2 runes extracted from the spell of detecting magic, and 12 grams of powdered moonstone to seal and protect the delicate arcane carvings. Each component was measured twice, positioned exactly, prepared with the economy of movements that had become her hallmark. Her magic, once wild and chaotic as the Nightwood itself, now emerged in precise, controlled amounts, no more than necessary, no less than required. 16 workbenches, 42 ceiling beams, 7 the light things. The laboratory door opened with a creak that disturbed her counting. Alice's hands paused momentarily over her work, the only indication of her awareness. "Look, she's already here," a voice whispered, deliberately loud enough to carry. Perfect opportunity to observe. The Inquisition girls, led by Vivian Holloway, whose auburn braids were as precise as her analytical mind, moved to a workbench 2 stations away. Close enough to observe, but not directly intrude. Their equipment spread across the bench like surgical instruments, measuring devices that glinted too bright reflectively, notation tools held with possessive grips, observation crystals that seemed to hunger for secrets. "I heard from Thomas in advanced theory," one girl started, her voice dropping conspiratorially, "that the faculty says she's from the Nightwood, some sort of fake creature that wandered through." Princess, next image, please. Let's go with... I don't remember which of these were good. Go with which one? Well, they kind of look disapproving. More... Man, Alice, when she's told she can't have a Happy Meal on the way home. Unfortunate. Okay, some sort of fake creature that wandered through. She looks so done. "Oh, Sarah," Vivian's voice held pitying condescension. "That's exactly what they want you to think. Look at her movements. They're too precise, too controlled. Fae are chaos incarnate, wild magic and unpredictability. She's the exact opposite." Sarah leaned closer, her eyes widening. "What are you suggesting?" "I'm not suggesting," Vivian replied with academic smugness. "I'm stating. She's an advanced golem, the most sophisticated magical construct I've ever observed. The Nightwood Fae story is obviously fabricated to hide the truth. The third girl tilted her head thoughtfully. But didn't you say last week that she was clearly a possessed noble? And the week before that, a failed homunculus experiment? Those were preliminary theories, Vivian waved dismissively. I refined my hypothesis. This new evidence conclusively points to golem construction. The Academy must think us fools, Sarah breathed, creating all these false stories. Vivian nodded decisively. Someone created the perfect artificial student. No emotions to complicate things, no relations to distract from studies, pure magical capability wrapped in an aesthetically pleasing shell. The faculty are studying her themselves, using us as an unwitting test subjects to see how she integrates socially. Alice completed the enchantments with a final precise gesture. The obsidian stone pulsed once with completed magic before settling into a gentle glow. Its enchantment stabilized and functional. A perfect creation, clinically excellent, devoid of any personal style or flair. Behind her, the girls continued their fevered theories, convinced that they've uncovered a vast deception. They spoke of her like she was an elaborate fraud, a walking lie, a mystery they alone were clever enough to solve. 16 workbenches, 42 ceiling beams, 7 The counting continued. Perfect and unbroken. They were gonna make Alice get revenge Carrie style? What is Carrie style? Any other images of that? Here they are tee-heeing at her. Ha ha ha, hee 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 ha. Alice is having none of it. There's another one. Next up we have... Oh my god, it's 10:05 already! And we have like... Oh god. 5, 6... Oh god, we have like 30 more pages. Oh god, I don't know if we're gonna be able to get done today, guys. Ah! Carrie referring to the movie Carrie. I've never seen the movie Carrie. Okay, let's just pat this. The library sanctuary. Between appointments with the dean and formal study sessions, Alice found refuge in the furthest corners of Verica's great library. Yeah, honestly, we might finish this chapter and then we will probably continue next time, because I still want to have like a, a chit chat with you guys and vibe. And if we try to squeeze everything in, like I don't know if we're gonna I don't know if we're like gonna have a lot of time to chill and vibe, and it'll probably be super duper late and we'll all be eepy and all that. So we'll get to the end of this chapter, which we still have a good amount of this chapter. Don't you worry, guys, don't you worry. Between appointments with the dean and her formal study sessions, Alice found refuge in the furthest corner of Verica's great library. Here, among forgotten tomes and ancient scrolls, she had constructed a fortress of academic texts so dense and impenetrable that few students ever ventured nearby. At precisely 11:07, she claimed her usual table, angled exactly 45 degrees from the main aisle, positioned where shadows were deepest, but reading light was still sufficient. Her materials were arranged with mathematical precision. Parchment aligned perfectly parallel to the table's edge. 3 quills placed exactly at intervals. Inkwell positioned precisely 7 inches from the right corner. I need more of the throat medicine, guys. I'm dying. Very... Uh-oh. Hold on. What is that? A little something stuck to the spoon. Here we go. Come on. Come on. Get unstuck! Okay, there we go. Okay. Hold on. Just... There we go. ChatGPT totally lied to me. It's like, oh yeah, you can read all these words in like less than 2.5 hours or so. I'm like, cool, I can do that. Lied! No way I can read all that much in that little time. Okay. If you speed read, you are taking your time. I asked it fast reading, medium reading, and slow reading. I'm referencing the slow reading. However, I am also pausing to talk a little bit. So that's probably not helping. I should have asked it for Remi Fox reading rate. Should we switch the scene? Yeah, let's switch the scene. Be right back. Let me just boopity boppity switch us to library this time. Here we go. And of course it's still going to be snowing in here, because why not? We like snow, guys. Ta-da! The library's familiar scent. Parchment, leather bindings, dust, registered as another constant in her carefully ordered world. Here, surrounded by knowledge, recorded and contained, Alice found a semblance of peace. Books followed rules. Information stayed where it was put. Unlike memories, unlike emotions. Today, she focused on advanced enchantment theory, researching material components that enhance stability in magical constructs. Comp_Remi. Well said, poor dude. Well said. The dean has been pushing her to expand her crafting abilities, another way to channel her magic into controlled, predictable outcomes. Never fiction, never history, never poetry or folklore, or travel logs of the lands surrounding Verica. Such subjects served no practical purpose. Only raw magical information was worthy of her attention. Spell formulas, component interactions, theoretical frameworks, knowledge that could be measured, cataloged, and contained. A shadow fell across her parchment, disturbing the perfect light that she had positioned herself to use. Alice's quill paused mid-stroke, only indication of the intrusion. Wait for it, wait for it. A gonk. Excuse me, a voice said, each syllable crisp with self-importance. This is a violation of the library's ethical code conduct. Alice continued writing, her letters forming with precise, identical strokes. She didn't look up. Didn't acknowledge the statement. Experience had taught her that engagement only encouraged such interruptions. She just can't catch a break, man. Oh, don't you worry, Sorcy. She'll probably catch a break, right? Come on, like, surely it can't get worse, right? Anyways. She continued writing, her letters forming with precision, identical strokes. She didn't look up, didn't acknowledge the statement. Oh yeah, we already read that. I'm speaking to you, the voice continued, more insistent now. Section 12, paragraph 4 of the Ethical Guidelines for Magical Studies clearly states that enchantment practitioners must maintain transparency in their work. Alice's eyes flickered upwards involuntarily, registering the intruder in a single efficient assessment. Female student, pristine white robes with blue ethical committee sash, blonde hair pulled back into a severe bun, a small golden pin shaped like balance scales on her lapel. Prudence Godwin, leader of the righteous, the self-appointed moral guardians of the Verica's academic committee. Ethical scanner section 7. Shut up! Well said, Cersei, well said. 73 books on the nearest shelf. I love how you can see that message pop up. Man, I remember she was having fun living with rich parents and manipulating. Remember when she was having fun living with rich parents and manipulating people? Yeesh. Yeah, ironically, that little bit that we read last Dreamfest, where she first enchanted her parents, and even though it was really difficult, she did experience happiness, and that was a really nice little story. She got to be happy, and she was like actually hopeful for the future. It was really sweet. It was very, very sweet. But anyways, your presence here is deeply concerning to those of us who value ethical magic practice, Prudence continued, her voice carrying the practice cadence of frequent moral proclamations. You practice a form of magic that inherently violates consent. Enchantment is manipulation, and your continued refusal to acknowledge that fact only compounds your moral failings. Prudence placed a thin booklet on the table beside Alice's parchment. Ethical Standards for Magical Practitioners, a guide to moral enchantments by Prudence Goodwin herself. I've taken the liberty of drafting this guide. Page 27 addresses Fey magic specifically, though I must admit the research there is somewhat limited due to your uncooperative nature. 73 books, 12 beams, 9 dust motes. Do you feel no remorse? Prudence pressed, her voice dropping in a dramatic way. Do you not understand the gravity of using magic to bend others to your will? To strip away their very autonomy? Or are such concepts beyond the comprehension of your kind? The words hung in the air between them, heavy with accusation. Alice continued her work, her quill moving across the parchment with mechanical precision, creating perfect identical letters as if Prudence wasn't there at all. After 17 seconds of this pointed ignoring, Prudence's lips thinned to a nearly invisible line. Your silence only confirms what we've suspected. The Ethical Committee will be submitting a formal petition to the Faculty Council regarding stricter monitoring of enchantment students. She straightened her already impeccable robes, especially those with questionable backgrounds. Without another word, Prudence tucked and left, her back rigid with self-righteousness, the ethical guide remaining on the table like a declaration of war. Alice closed her journal with deliberate precision, gathered her materials with economic movement, and then rose from the table. The girl's presence had disrupted her routine. Without a word or a glance at the abandoned booklet, Alice moved deeper into library shadowed stacks, seeking another sanctuary. The encounter registered as merely another variable to be accounted for her in her precisely ordered existence, another ripple that failed to disrupt the perfect emptiness she maintained. Next section. The unwanted touch. Afternoon sun filtered through snow-heavy clouds, casting the corridors in gray half-light as Alice made her way from the library to her practical skills session. Her path, as always, was precisely calculated to avoid the busiest thoroughfares. 27 steps to the eastern corridor, 43 to the narrow staircase rarely used by other students, 16 at the courtyard entrance. Her mind registered the approaching footsteps, heavier than average, slightly uneven in rhythm, but categorized them as non-threatening based on distance and trajectory. An error in her calculations. The AI generated scenes for this section is kind of ass, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna go with this one. Hey, ghost girl. The voice belonged to Marcus Blackthorn, his broad figure suddenly blocking the narrow corridor ahead. I've been looking for you. Marcus was not alone. 3 other students from his group, the Hammers, as they called themselves, spread out behind him, effectively cutting off retreat. Unlike the academic elite with their sophisticated barbs, or the researchers with their clinical curiosity, the Hammers preferred direct intimidation. Alice stopped precisely 8 steps away from Marcus, her face revealing nothing of the rapid calculations occurring behind her empty expression. There were no alternative routes from this corridor. The practical skills session began in 12 minutes. The optimal solution was to assess the threat and respond accordingly. 8 stone blocks in the corridor floor between them, 14 mortar lines, 3 uneven cracks in the stone floor. What's wrong? Marcus taunted, taking a deliberate step forwards. Too good to talk to us? Alice observed him with clinical detachment. Marcus Blackthorn possessed a mind as blunt as his features. His magic was crude, unrefined, operating on brute force rather than nuance. But worse than his limited talent was what he carried: memory. I hear you talk to the professors, Marcus continued, taking another step closer. It's not that you can't speak, it's that you won't. Another step. Do you think you're better than us? Is that it? 5 stone blocks now, 11 mortar lines, 3 cracks in the 3rd stone. Funny thing, Marcus said, his voice dropping to something darker. I was here when they brought you in. A whole year ago. You remember that? For the first time in months, Alice's perfectly regulated breathing showed the slightest irregularity. One missed beat. Barely perceptible. Oh yeah, you remember. Marcus grinned, stepping even closer. Screaming and begging, hair all tangled, dress torn to shreds. Please, please, I just wanted to belong. Wasn't that what you were shrieking? His voice rose to a mocking falsetto. I just wanted a family. Please don't take me away. Like a spoiled child having a tantrum. All that noise, all those tears. Pathetic. The other boy, emboldened by the leader's cruelty, reached out and snatched Alice's books from her arms. Parchment scattered, ink bottles clinking together in his rough grip. Marcus was there when they dragged you through the snow, another added with glee, crying like a newborn. All that power, all that magic, and you were sobbing. Alice's position has been compromised. Her possessions scattered. The situation required adjustment. Look at her just standing there. The 3rd boy laughed, not even trying to get her books back. What kind of person doesn't care about their own things? The kind that's not really a person, Marcus replied, reaching toward her silver hair. Let's see if she feels like one. Alice didn't move. As his hand closed the distance, her eyes remained fixated in the middle distance, her posture unchanged. But in the space between one heartbeat and the next, something shifted in the air. Not visible, not audible, but present nonetheless. You need to step aside and think about something else. The suggestion wove through Marcus's mind like silk thread, subtle and undetectable. His reaching hand slowed, then dropped entirely. His brow furrowed as if remembering something crucial. There's something, he muttered, taking a step to the side. I need to check the storeroom. Important inventory count. Marcus? One of his friends turned towards him, concern creeping into his voice. You alright? Yeah, I'm just, give me a second. Marcus said, his attention now focused entirely on some imagined priority. In that moment of distraction, Alice moved. She flowed between them like water finding its path, her steps silent against the stones. Her hands gathered scattered parchments with mechanical precision. Nothing hurried, nothing desperate, just effective collection of her belongings. One book, 2 scrolls, the small ink bottle that rolled near someone's foot. Her friends realized too late. As they turned back towards where she had been standing, their air shimmered, not with heat, but with something deeper. Reality bent around her like light through water, invisibility settling over her form like a second skin. Where did she... The boy started. Marcus blinked hard, the suggestion fading. His eyes cleared, rage replacing confusion as his memories returned. Wait, what? What just happened? Why did I need to... His face flushed as the realization struck. She enchanted me. They spun wildly, gasping at air, but Alice was already in motion. Her invisible form flowed between their frantically searching hands, past their desperate lunges, around turning bodies. She moved like mist through their mists, each step perfectly calculated to avoid contact. Search the corridor, Marcus commanded, his voice echoing off the stone walls with humiliation and fury. She's still here. I could feel it. But Alice was already ascending the narrow staircase, her movements precise as clockwork. Behind her, faint echoes of angry voices drifted through the stone corridors. Enchanted me. I know it. I saw her here. It's definitely silver. Just vanished into thin air. 27 steps to eastern corridor, 43 to the staircase, 16 to the entrance. Alice moved through the empty corridors toward the practical skills session. Her breathing returned to its normal rhythm, her counting unbroken. The encounter registered as data, another pattern learned, another variable to account for. Marcus might report the incident to faculty, but though his pride would most likely prevent admitting he'd been so easily manipulated, boys like him rarely confessed to being overpowered by those they considered beneath them. The perfect emptiness remained undisturbed. 16 workbenches, 42 ceiling beams, 7 braziers. Bazaars. God damn it. Make that mistake every single time. The counting continued. Perfect and unbroken. Now, next section by Anita_Remi. Death and misery await this character. Gosh darn right, gosh darn right. There we go. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. This is a fat ass chapter. This is dummy thick. We have 2 more subsections. 2 more subsections, guys. And then it's 10:30 already. I want to make sure that we get to everyone's submissions before we do finish the rest of the story here. Let me... Bloop. We're going to look at DK's submission. We're going to listen to Snow here as well. Hold on.
A little bit more.
Go. I gotta set it so I can hear it too. Pat. Media source. Behold, when we were doing our troubleshooting, he made this. Dun 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 dun.
Are we perfectly synced? Dun dun dun.
Oh, you're hearing double.
Dun 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 dun. I feel like Dr. Eggman in the new Sonic movie. Pat 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 pat. Dun 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 pat 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 pat. Yeah, I think the lips are perfectly synced now. Dun 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 pat 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 pat.
What's happening? We're looking at DK's submission for Dreamfest. he made that video. DK, if you're still here, one big cup pat to you. Kapat! A little army of Remy's vibing and dancing. I love how cute that is. And let's do Sources next. I believe Sources is the last one we have remaining. Yes, I believe so. Okay, good. Oh, whoa. This one's great. This one is all about the scuff. Let's observe the scuff, guys. Let me just... And this should... Run.
Listen up, gentlemen. Time to get serious.
What? I just realized there's let me put on a what do you call it? I love how it starts. It's gonna put a limiter on this really fast because I just remember that the media sources can get loud. And it's also melatonin time. Was that Team Fortress 2? Hello, not Tony. Pat, 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 pat. And it is indeed. Observe. I said observe.
Listen up, gentlemen. Time to get serious. All right, fire. Enough practice. Oh. Stop that. Why? I have returned. Kill me.
God, I love that so much. Accurate representation of what happens with the scuff. There's a lot of scuff, guys. There's a lot of scuff. And this is a lot of melatonin. Dr. Lavi. Also have my magnesium gummies. I think I talked about this before, but one of the source filmmaker animations that I remember the most fondly from like a billion years ago was like the Billy Mays versus the ShamWow guy, and it's like them having an ultimate death battle. God, that was such a good animation. I believe that is everyone's submissions. To everyone that had submitted, thank you very much. Let me give you one big cup pat. Whoop-pat!
Pat, 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 pat.
Yeah, even Brian does head pat about it, giving you head pats, guys. Wow! Very nice work, guys. No matter how big or small the contribution, either a meme or artwork or edit, all Dreamfest entries are welcome, because in the end, we are expressing our creativities. And expressing yourself creativity is very healthy. I can give you an itemized list of why it's healthy. Let me just ask ChatGPT real fast, because I had these points at some point, but it's late. I'm EP. Why is it good to practice creativity to make things? Tell me, princess. It strengthens your brain, neuroplasticity, problem solving, memory and cognition. It helps with emotional expression, stress relief, self-discovery. It gives you a sense of accomplishment. It gives you a growth mindset. It gives persistence. It enhances your ability to innovate in all areas, because cross-discipline creativity, that helps, gives you new perspectives. Also creates connection, because you're doing it like your creations can inspire or comfort others, helping them feel seen or understood, and sharing stories and arts build empathy and community. To those who submitted for Dreamfest, excellent job. Well said, Simple Fox, well said. I was going very hard at the Alice story, because like the chapter that we're reading now and the chapter after it I had like a rough version of them, but like I didn't feel like they were ready yet, and they're just such ginormous fat ass chapters that it was really intimidating trying to refine them down. But gosh darn it, I really wanted them done for this Dreamfest, and I got them done. So I'm very happy with that. Oh, princess, my goodness, get me some snacks. Next section, the Dean's Assessment. Do we have any more reference images? We have some mediocre ones. Is this okay? I'll have to do. We get a little tiny window area. The Dean's Assessment. The Dean's study occupied the highest floor of Verica's administrative tower, a circular room whose windows offered views in every direction. Bookshelves lined the walls, interrupted only by display cases containing mysterious artifacts and arcane instruments. Unlike the azure-tree chambers of the other faculty members, the Dean's space reflected his intellect, organized but not rigid, scholarly but not sterile. At precisely 4:30 p.m., Alice sat across from him, her posture perfect, her hands folded in her lap with mathematical precision. Between them lay her completed magical detection amulet, its obsidian surface gleaming in the afternoon light. Excellent craftsmanship, the Dean noted, examining the object with careful attention. The enchantment is perfectly balanced, a trace of excess magic. She inclined her head forwards slightly in acknowledgement, offered no words, telepathic or otherwise. The Dean's eyes, sharp of intellect that had earned him his position, studied her face with the same careful attention he'd given the amulet. Your control continues to improve, Alice, both in your magic and yourself. Alice kept her gaze fixated on the point 3 inches above his left shoulder, counting the books visible on the shelf behind him. 43 leather-bound volumes, 17 with faded spines, 9 with visible magical auras. I've been reviewing your progress in enchantment item creation, he continued, settling the amulet aside with careful hands. You've come quite far in applying your theoretical knowledge to practical applications. The precision of your enchantments is remarkable. Her counting continued, uninterrupted. Alice. The dean leaned forward slightly, his voice gentling in a way that threatened her perfect control. It's been a year. You've made extraordinary progress in your magical studies. I wonder perhaps it's time to address the underlying causes rather than simply managing the symptoms. 43 volumes, 17 faded, 9 of auras. The reports from Valorous arrived last week, the dean said carefully, watching her face for any reactions. The family you influenced has begun to recover. The mother resumed her social engagements. The father has returned to his business affairs. Alice's counting faltered, the numbers scattering like leaves in a sudden breeze. Her fingers tightened imperceptibly on the arm of her chair, nails pressing into the worn wood hard enough to leave tiny crescent marks. 43 volumes, 17 faded spines. I believe acknowledging what happened might help you move forwards, the dean suggested, his tone neutral but kind. Not as a source of punishment or shame, but as a part of your healing process. Something inside Alice's carefully constructed emptiness cracked. Not a large fission, but a hairline fracture running through the void she had maintained. Her lips parted slightly, then pressed together again. A pulse flustered visibly at her temple. Oh, by the way, they're all dead. Anyways, grand enchantment stuff. Sorcery. Time began to waver, stretching and compressing, like the fabric in a storm. Compressing like fabric in a storm. The dean's voice seemed to come from very far away, then too close, his words elongating unnaturally before snapping back to normal speed. They're recovering? The thought formed undivided. They're continuing their lives? Something inside her chest constricted painfully. Not quite an emotion, but the physical memory of one. Alice? The dean's voice cut through the distortion. She forced her breathing to steady, her hands to unclench. The crack in her emptiness was sealed over with desperate speed. The void reestablished through sheer force of will. 43 volumes, 17 faded, 9 of auras. The dean sighed softly, recognizing the signs of withdrawal. Very well. We'll continue as before. He turned to a stack of parchments on the desk. I prepared some additional texts on material components that might assist your item creation. I've drafted a proposal for your next enchantment project. Alice's control solidified once more, her breathing returning to its precise, regulated rhythm. The moment of weakness has passed, the danger averted. When the dean handed her stacks of parchment, she accepted them with steady hands. You've made remarkable progress so far, Alice. He's the only one that truly cares for her. Ah! Yeah, it's so nice and refreshing seeing someone that actually cares about Alice. What? You made remarkable progress, Alice, he said, his voice carrying the weight of unspoken concern. But control alone is not healing. Remember that. She rose from her chair with measured grace, clutching the parchments with mathematical precision. Not too tight, not too loose. A perfectly calibrated grip. As she turned to leave, the dean added softly, You are not just what you've done, Alice, nor are you only what was done to you. She paused there for exactly 3 heartbeats, the only acknowledgement she would give his words. Then she continued to the door, counting her steps. 16 steps to the door, 43 down the spiral staircase, 27 across the administrative courtyard. The perfect emptiness held firm, but something had changed. Small irregular rhythm in her pulse that hadn't been there before. A crack papered over, not truly healed. And then we have one more section. We're going to change our scenery though. Look over there really fast, guys. Just look over there. Are you looking? You're looking? Okay, good. Good. Go with this one. Bah. There we go. Very comf underscore Remi. Super duper comf underscore Remi, guys. We are in... Bwah! We're in Alice's bedroom, guys. Wow. Also, I just remember that Twitch chat exists. Hi, guys. Pat, 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 pat. Sorry, guys, got lost behind the other boopity bops. Pat, 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 pat. One thing you'll be so wow. Where were we? That's right. Let me look at the images here. There's a lot that I made for this scene. Bedtime reminder, go away. There we go. Midnight found Alice seated at her small desk, a single candle illuminating her work. The tower room was cold. She had stopped noticing such discomforts months ago, cataloging temperature merely as another data point in her perfectly ordered world. Party pairing, yes. I have found you. Before her lay an open journal, different from her academical records. This book contained fragmentary sketches and disjointed descriptions, her attempt to document the Nightwood without allowing the memories to trigger emotional responses. I had to clear my throat there real fast. Her normally pristine handwriting became irregular on these pages. The careful control she maintained during the day hours framed slightly in the solitude of her tower. A half-finished drawing occupied the current page. A field of luminescent mushrooms, some towering like trees, others no larger than teacups. Their caps glowing with eerily beautiful light. Dream mushroom fields, she had once called them. They enchanted whoever wandered among them, inducing a sense of calm and happiness. She used to spend hours there, gazing up at eternal moon with joy in her heart. We go with this? I'm gonna go with this. Gazing up at the eternal moon with joy in her heart. She remembered sitting among them for what felt like days, that had only been a few hours at most. Time flowed differently in the Nightwood, and sometimes the mushrooms themselves seemed to stretch moments into eternities of bliss. One couldn't stay too long, she recalled that much. But why was that again? Memory wavered at the edges, like trying to recall a dream upon waking. The details blurred and shifted. Which mushrooms had been the tallest? What colors had they truly glowed? Time had flown differently there, and now even those memories seemed to obey different rules, slipping away from her like water through cupped hands. 114 stars visible through the window, 17 ceiling beams, 8 floorboards between the desk and the bed. Even now, with no witnesses, she maintained her counting. The habit had become so ingrained that she sometimes counted in her sleep, waking to find herself mumbling numbers like incantations. Her quill hovered over the page, a drop of ink swelling at its tip. Something crucial eluded her. Not just the proper way to depict the dream mushroom fields, but something about them. Something important. Of course. You could only stay for so long until the mushrooms started to devour you. The ink droplet fell, a perfect spear that spread into a perfect stain. 114 stars, 17 beams, 8 floorboards. The strange duality of the Nightwood, its exhilarating terror, its beautiful danger, a place that many feared, but to her, it had become home. Yet now even that was slipping away too, becoming as vague as a half-remembered dream. If the place that shaped her for centuries was fading from her mind, what did that make her? The question unspooled in her mind, a loose thread that once pulled, threatened to unravel everything. And this I'm going to actually screenshot and post into the Dreamfest channel. And then we're also going to do this. Who am I? What am I? If not the fey creature of the Nightwood, if not the noble daughter I pretended to be, if not the vengeful enchantress who destroyed, if not even the perfect void I crafted, if none of these things, if I'm losing even the memory of what I was, then I am nothing. 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 Her hand trembled violently, though her face remained completely expressionless. Hold on. You're only getting 1 year. God damn it. We're gonna turn off the pedals for a second. There we go. Her hand trembled violently, though her face remained completely expressionless. The quill snapped between her fingers, spilling ink across the parchment like black blood. Let's see if I have an image for this. I have a lot of these. And here's one. Here's two. One. We also have one. One. 100 and how many stars? 17, no, 4, no, 17 beams? 8, 9, how many floorboards? Her mind scrambled for purchase, for anything a solid account to hold. The numbers slipped away like fish through desperate fingers. Time began to stretch and pull around her, the candle flame elongating impossibly, wax frozen mid-trip, the shadows growing deeper, darker, hungrier. Inside her head, a silent scream built to deafening proportions. I am nothing, nothing, nothing! Also, we have these images. This is when she was remembering. When she was remembering the dream mushrooms. I forgot I should have been showing these. Look at her, it's you, it's you. Ah, oh my god. And then she is losing herself in her memories. No. Alice! I am nothing, 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 nothing! Yet not a single muscle in her face twitched. Not a sound escaped her lips. Her breathing remained perfectly measured. Her posture remained unchanged. Only the broken quill and spreading ink betrayed the betrayed the catastrophe collapsing, occurring behind her expressionless face. With a tremendous act of will that would have broken most minds, Alice forced the chaos back into its box, like trying to compress the ocean into a thimble. She pushed the existential panic deep inside, sealing it behind layers of counting. And here, let me post how this looks. That reference to the Dreamfest chat if you want to see what that trippy stuff looks like. 114 stars, 17 steel, 17 beams, 8 floorboards, 114 stars, 7 beams, 8 floorboards, 114 stars, 7 beams, 8 floorboards, 108 stars, 17 beams, 8 floorboards, 140 stars, 17 beams, 8 floorboards, 140 stars, 7 beams, floorboards. Gradually, agonizingly, time reasserted itself. Candle flame resumed its gentle flicker, the shadows retreated to proper boundaries, a maelstrom inside her skull quieted to a dull roar, then to a whisper, and to silence. But the cost was enormous. Something vital had nearly been broken. It had been preserved only through desperate patching and binding. The emptiness that once felt safe, controlled, deliberate, now felt like fragile eggshells containing a hurricane. The slightest crack would bring catastrophic devastation. She closed the journal with trembling hands, storing it in the desk's deepest drawer where it belonged. These night sessions were dangerous, necessary but perilous. Cataloging the nightwood without becoming lost in its memories was like walking on ice over deep water. Rising from her desk, Alice moved to the window. Below, the academic grounds lay silent in their blanket of snow, peaceful in a way that felt almost mocking. Winter stars blazed overhead, cold and distant and unchanging, unlike the fluid constellations that had once danced above the nightwood. A movement in the courtyard caught her attention. A figure standing in the shadows below, barely visible in the darkness. The distance was too great to make out details, just a silhouette draped in what appeared to be academy robes. Unlike most who observed her, this figure had no attempt to hide, standing openly in the moonlight, face tilted up towards the tower. It wasn't the fruitive observation of the Inquisition girls, who hid behind pillars and took notes. It wasn't hostile surveillance of the Hammers, who watched with clenched fists and narrowed eyes. This was something different, a presence that felt deliberate, patient, waiting. For 3 heartbeats, only 3, Alice's gaze lingered upon the mysterious observer. Then she turned away, drawing the curtains closed with precision, with a precise measured movement. 114 stars, 17 ceiling beams, 8 floorboards. Tomorrow would be the same, perfectly controlled, perfectly empty, perfectly safe. But beneath the perfect control, beneath the meticulous counting, beneath the expressionless face, a single truth remained. She was one counted star away from shattering completely. And then we have bang. Ta-da! I wonder who that could be. Dun, 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 dun. But yeah, we're definitely gonna stop here for now with the reading. Oh my god, that took so much longer than expected. Jesus Christ. Question mark. Who is that? No. Cersei, why don't you enlighten us? Who do you think it is? Tell me. Who do you think it is? You want to riddle me that? You want to explain that to me and these ear floops? Would you like to explain that to me and these ear flutes, baby? Oh, the sleep not derailment, deliriousness. That's the word. Sleep deliriousness has been just kicking in. Let me tell you guys, it's kicking in pretty good. Also, I'm very bright. Look that way really fast, guys. Just for a second, guys. Also, since we're finished reading that, we'll listen to the nice version of this song. Bum 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 bum. Okay, there we go. I'm a little bit darker now. Is it George? No way. How? There's no way. And it's gonna be Rose. I'm gonna lose it. Ah! Here, I'll give you guys a tiny hint. Just a little tiny cap. The name of the next chapter is called The Persistent Shadow. Oh, I am so excited. I am so excited. I wish I could read you all this tonight, but I am so eepy and my voice is so dead. This be, whoa, you're assuming it's all gonna be negative, poor dude? Why would you assume that? Why would you assume that? Tell me that right now. I can see Sourcey's randomly generated password that appeared in front of my face, but didn't show up in the YouTube chat. YouTube filtered it. Thank you for showing more of the story, Remi. No problem. I'm glad you guys are all here to listen to it. It makes me very happy to see and hear, knowing that there were people interested in my story. Yeah, YouTube filtered it. I switched it to live chat and now I can see all the messages. YouTube hates keyboard smashes. It does, it does. It's spam. That's why I got filtered. Damn, glitch reality with the heavy capacity. But yes. Will Alice see a happy end by the end of this tale? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe yes. Maybe more despair. Everyone take your votes now. Will this part of the story end happy or sad? Vote now on your phone, guys. Screams and rabbit. Okay, we have 2 votes for sad face and we got 1 vote for happy face. I don't know why you guys would think that. You know, I had sad ending. What? Me make a sad? I would never. Oh, yeah. But I am very excited for the next chapter. We're gonna see some interesting things happen. We're gonna see some interesting things. But tell me, what do you guys think of the new story that has been revealed? What Alice is going through and the stuff she is vibing through. Tell me your thoughts on the story. And it's great. Thank you. What part about it did you like? Also, out of curiosity, I showed the story to Claude and I'm like, out of curiosity, what are like Alice's like trauma responses here? Because I am curious. And I gave like actual like proper like scientific boopity bops. Which, out of curiosity, can I find that? I love how conflicted everything is by hate everyone in this stupid school except for one person. My favorite part was her total meltdown over being forgotten. The part that we just read with her and the Nightwood part. Yeah, it shows that she has built a perfect fortress of void. However, is it really perfect, or is it built on a very shaky foundation that could fall apart completely at any second? Because, like, yeah, the Nightwood, it's very dreamy, where space and logic is kind of bendy-wendy, time weirdy, floopity-floppity. So the logic there is, if you're not in the Nightwood, the memories of the Nightwood start also fading like a dream. So all of her centuries there also start fading. So if all of her past memories in the Nightwood fade, then what does that leave her? All she would remember is her time in the mortal world, where no one likes her, where she enchanted a town, tried to be a daughter of a family that she enchanted, and failed. It is pretty really unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. Her conditioning with the numbers is very sad. It's very sad. She was given a lifeline and she ate that lifeline. She ate the lifeline. She ate the fishing pole. She ate everything. She embodied the advice a little bit too hard. I always get back to a couple of things. I'm so happy I was able to be here. Thank you for the Dreamfest, Remi. No problem. Are you gonna be able to make next stream when we go over the next part of the story? Because I would like you to be there. If you can't make it, I can always do the story reading a different day if it works better for you. I had the Alice psychological thing here somewhere. Psychological profile for Alice. Bum 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 da 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 da. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Core traumas, existential abandonment, fall from one reality into the Nightwood's timeless chaos, lost her original sense of self. This isn't the one I was looking at before. Give me the trauma breakdown, god dang it. I know you're here somewhere. Bum bum bum. Here we are. Primary trauma responses. Dissociation. This is a big one. Alice essentially disconnects from herself, watching her life happen from the outside. She describes herself as a ghost, an empty vessel, which are classic dissociative symptoms. Like her consciousness said nope to the overwhelming emotions and just left the building. Hypervigilance, her obsessive counting and mapping of her environment. That's hypervigilance in action. Her brain constantly scanning for threats, categorizing every detail as a way to maintain control and predict danger. 8 steps, 8 breaths, 8 heartbeats. Emotional numbing. The perfect emptiness she's cultivated isn't just sadness, it's complete emotional shutdown. She's chosen to feel nothing rather than risk the feeling of overwhelming guilt, grief, and self-hatred. Meow. There's a whole bunch of other stuff, but yeah. It was really cool seeing the AI like break down the whys and all that jazz. Oh my god, guys, I am so eep. How are you guys doing this wonderful Friday? Are you guys vibing good? I hope you are. I was really hoping we would have more time, but like I really wish I had just more time this entire day. Like if I had a chance, I would have started even earlier, but I got home later than expected, and that threw a big old wrench into my plan, which is kind of flop underscore Remi, but we persevere, guys. Yum 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 yum. Princess Head Papa, can you tell me a joke about sharks? Please enlighten me, princess. Princess? Princess? God damn it. Pat! Princess! I want my shark joke! Copy, paste, paste. Tell me the shark joke, princess.
Why did the shark refuse to dance?
Why?
Because it didn't want to show off its jaw-dropping moves. Huh, I suppose sharks are quite the comedians, aren't they? Pat's head asterisk.
Princess, what the hell was that? Call that a joke? I'm gonna give you one more chance. And... Yo, look at that shark go spin! Ah!
Why did the shark bring a pencil to the ocean?
Why?
To draw a bath, of course. Huh, I suppose that's quite a splash of wit, don't you think?
Okay, that one was good. Wait, another one. I mean, you're not laying one on me, princess. I am deeply disappointed. Or are you just thinking about a really cool, ginormous joke? I hope it's the latter. It isn't the latter. She just doesn't care. Look at the sharks on screen. Look at them go. Wow.
Why, certainly, darling. Here is a jest for you. What did the shark say when it bumped into a wall?
What?
It cried, "Oh, Blahaj, that was a whale of a mistake." Ha. Such a witty creature, that shark. It's quite the contender for my coveted head pats, I must say.
That's so goofy. Oh my god. Well, since all of you are here, late night Remi pats, I might show off, shall we say, a little secret tease, a little secret boopity bop. By whatever do you mean, Remi? I hear you asking yourself. Well, the answer is quite simple. I am in the middle of getting the said thing. Hold on. I need to make sure you guys can't see the full thing. So look over here really fast. And okay. I do that. I'm gonna do that. Dun 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 dun. Oh my goodness. Dun 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 dun. Okay, I'm gonna let you guys observe this for a few seconds. And I'll boot you back over to the beer back menu. Are you guys ready for this? You guys ready for this? What? What the heck? What was that? What was that? What the heck was that? What? Oh, What was that? Did you guys see that? It's crazy. Who the heck was that? Just broke into the house. Just broke down the freaking door, stole my snacks, and then ran off. A new princess? No way. The fox may or may not have gotten a refined princess, perhaps a new princess. That's right, Snake Pogimo. Or is that a T-Rex? I can't tell. But I am very, very excited. She came out looking absolutely adorable. She has so many different smug expressions as well, and she actually has her forehead as well. What? The top of her brain isn't freaking cut off. And she has so many different, like, she has like eye blink, mouth open. That crown design looks familiar. Ooh, wait a minute. Well, that's right. Your art as well was as a source when I was talking to the artist. The artist that did Princess is also the artist that did me. You know, ensure to keep the style consistent. I showed her, of course, the creature you see in front of me now, and also the wonderful art that you did. So she went off of that, and I think we have ourselves a wonderful, mischievous little creature in front of us. She is so goddamn smug, and she even has a little teeny tiny fang as well, like yours truly. And she also has like a little cute bow in her eyes. The artist said that she was kind of inspired by kind of like the weird little defect in Princess's eye. Well, not really defect, like the way the AI did her eyes, it almost looks like there's like almost a bow in her eyes. So she took that and she ran with it and like gave her like a bow pupil. It looks kind of sick. It looks kind of sick. So I'm really excited about that. Thank you, Pat. No, thank you for doing the amazing art. The fox eepiness levels are getting quite high. I don't want to go to sleep. This is Dreamfest, god dang it. Can you believe it's been 3.5 hours? What the heck? That is criminal. How has it been that long already? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Next month is going to be a big old busy month. We got the debut on the 28th. I am going to be gone from the 17th to the 22nd at least. I am going on a big trip, and it is going to be a very most wonderful, very head-patable trip. I'm very excited for it. Oh my god. Yum, 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 yum. And of course we have this song again, Obsession, from the game The End of an Obsession. That's a very good song. That's a very good song, guys. Yuzuki, you did a great job of this big I still want to cover this song at some point once I get better with the musical things and the boopity bops. I really want to get back into it. Just the debut stuff has been munching all of my time. It's been straight munching it. But once I have freer time again, I want to I want to start doing some music again. Hopefully, maybe with the streaming computer, I can like actually record gameplay more as well. If I record gameplay, I can then hopefully make some edits with the gameplay, where we can, you know, have some content for the gaming channel. Because that's really kind of the only way VTubers grow. They grow with like little videos of the clips. Because no one like really watches like, you know, full playback of a stream. You gotta have it cut down into digestible little chunks. So I do want to give that a try, while also balancing the music creation. I think that would be pretty sick. I think it'll be pretty sick, guys. Because I wanna grow as a VTuber. I also wanna improve my musical abilities. While I was on my way home today, I put on my music that I made. And at one point in the middle of going back home, I forgot I was listening to my playlist. I think I was listening to the Faithless cover. In the middle of it, I'm like, man, this is a really pleasant sounding song. And then I'm like, all right, I did this cover. It was such a little, oh right, I did this. No wonder I like this. I literally tailor-made it for me to like it. Thanks, past me, Kapad. Yeah, right. Oh my god. Maybe add a row on your channel to show art. Oh. That's a good idea, Glitch Reality. Let me write that down, my 2.0 document. Wow, I'm so awesome. Yeah, I basically had that moment in my own brain and I immediately like internally laughed. I'm like, congratulations, Remi Pat. You like your own music. There's just like that little moment of surprise, like, hey, this is pretty good. What is this? Oh, right. Remi 2.0 debut. I have a very big old dummy thick Word document. Not Word, screw Word. Google Docs, that's the word. YouTube. Add other channels into a line. There is one thing that I'm kind of stumped about. I want to segment the content, like the gaming stuff in the gaming channel, the ASMR in the ASMR channel, and so on and so on. I do not know where to put the music comps. Like Neon Abyss, The Heart of the Desert. I don't know if I should. I originally thought, like, you know, Dreamfox audio, that makes sense, right? Cool. I thought maybe that should belong there. I posted it on there and I assumed the people who like the covers would like that as well. But it feels, I don't know, it even feels weird for me because I'm like, this isn't a song cover. It feels like everything else is, but that isn't. So it just feels like it doesn't really belong. So it's like the other instincts. Well, do I put it on the ASMR channel? But like other people that I've spoken to that actually listen to ASMR, like, man, if I clicked on an ASMR video and it's just music, I wouldn't be happy about that. And it's like, oh, well, damn. What do I do? Where do I put these? So it's like, do I just keep them on this channel then? I don't know. And in the same vein of that, also the ASMR videos that are like the musical ASMR that I made with the kalimba and the pedals. Let's listen to those. I could use it. I feel like those could belong in the ASMR channel because while they don't necessarily while they don't necessarily like have ASMR, I feel like they still, I don't know, evoke the ASMR vibes. Like you're going to go to Eep, like, oh, I'm going to go find an ASMR channel because I want to go Eep. Then you click this and then you're like, let me turn off the friggin' snow. Snow, where are you? I'm not gonna hurt you, buddy. Just tell me what tab you're in. There we go. Maybe leave them on main. They fit well here. Not true. That's true. I did remake the Neon Abyss video. I improved the visuals. I improved the visuals and got rid of a song I didn't like. And I have more animations going on inside of it. So I might just re-release it here. Put like things like this into the ASMR channel. And yeah. Just kind of build it out from there. Yo, we have a 50-50 on Happy End versus Sad End. We got 4 votes. Hell yeah, let's go. Yeah. There's a 50-50 chance Alice will be happy by the end, or she'll be flopped by the end. Whatever it can be. It was interesting hearing your guys' theories as to who the figure might be. I thought I foreshadowed who it could be pretty well, but maybe I don't know. Maybe I didn't. Who knows? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm excited. We're excited. Also very EP. Princess, what should EP foxes do? Tell me, princess. Tell me.
Ah, dearest chat, EP foxes should engage in whimsical frolicking indeed. A delightful pastime, I say, that would surely bring about mirth and joy to all observers' hearts. Pat, pat, pat for such a splendid suggestion.
Princess, I swear to God, did you say that your own suggestion was splendid? Go frolicking? Princess, that is not what EP foxes should freaking do, okay? You know what EP foxes should do? They should eat! Oh yeah, that's a little bit of an aggressive echo. No, thank you for the head pat, so please don't. Thank you very much. Oh goodness. Well, time to go frolicking. Yeah, I need to get all these things done on this list. I still need to actually make the freaking presentation itself, because the computer issues have been taking like 100% of my brain power. I've been working on the scenes as well. I feel like the scenes are at a pretty good place of just getting them to where they were, but I did want to add additional customization things like dynamic audio effects, like you know, I have the visualizers, but like what if I had a button I could swap out different visualizers from different parts of the screen? I never was really able to do that with the current setup because I have day, sunset, and night in 3 different scenes, and it is impossible to like freaking manage that. But if I have it all in one unified scene and I have the audio effects on its own scene and I have a clone of that scene, I can very easily change all of its colors. I just need to be able to swap it in and out dynamically, and then we should be good. So that we can have control over our environment, so it's always a little different and a little fresh. Because I like variety. I mean, I don't know if you guys can tell with me playing like a different video game every single week and never being able to finish anything, but I like variety. And being able to just like wave my hand and have like a whole bunch of different things happen with the scenery. I really like that. And I also really love these floating messages. It's just so cool seeing you guys that go meow. I also like that I made the Twitch chat ones faster than the YouTube ones. It's just really cool seeing all the messages. Warm. I need to mess around with the colors a little bit, make the colors a little bit more varied, because right now it looks like the YouTube ones are all almost always blue. Yeah, I was messing around with it. I think I messed it up. I need to go back and mess around with it some more. I feel like Twitch should be in the purple family, but not all purple. Maybe like purple, violet, maybe pink. And then maybe YouTube. Maybe have some red ones. No, I don't know. I want them to not overlap with their colors, but I want them to have a range of colors. That we have like a variety of different things on the screen. Steam wishlist. I could. I only have not that much. I only have. Hold on. We did just buy one game off of the wish list on Holy Grail. Hold on. I don't know what it is with my attention span, guys, but like, I really like Holy Grail. I really enjoy it. But like, I went to play it on my own for a bit the other day, and I could only play it for like an hour and a half until my brain's like, nope, I don't want to play anymore. I'm like, what the heck? This is a good game. I'm enjoying this good game. Why aren't you wanting to keep playing the game, brain? And the brain's like, oh, buddy, well, why are you asking me? I'm just an old brain. I'm like, god damn it. I have 445 games I'm wishlisted. I could stick a little YouTube and Twitch logo. Oh, that wouldn't hurt. Maybe? I'm unsure. Let me add that to the list as well here. Put videos in the right channels and Twitch/YouTube, overlays, change the colors of the boopity boppity the boxes. Yep. Now, I don't know what it is with my brain and the video games, but it's weird. I have been, for the last 2 months, I've dipped my toes back into the ADHD medicine that I talked about before. Because on one hand, I stopped taking the medication and I felt a lot better, but then I also felt like I could like barely do things, and that was kind of frustrating. So I'm like, okay, what if I go back to it but take like severely less, like even less than the less I was taking before? And that worked pretty well for about 2 months. And I started feeling like the creeping sensation of like pastime activities are no longer as fun as they were before. And that's kind of like my warning sign of like, oh, it's happening again. I need to stop taking this. And I need to reevaluate my options. So ironically enough, I spoke to ChatGPT about it, and it was incredibly helpful, very helpful. So I might try a different form of ADHD medication, one that isn't stimulant based, because stimulants are kind of rough on your brain, guys. They're kind of rough on your brain. They release all sorts of things forcefully, and over time like if you keep on forcing release, then it's like, I ain't got enough. I ain't got enough juice to make my own when you're not taking it, and it kind of doles that out. But if you take different kinds of ADHD medication, it doesn't do that. So next time I speak to my Dr. Fox, then I am gonna try the medication I proposed. It was like Adam something. So I got my freaking fingers crossed that it helps the attention issues without making like leisure time activities feel not as fun. Cause it's pretty frustrating. Oh, this is so relaxing. Whoever made this video is a freaking genius. And look at the pretty visuals. You guys can't see the visuals, but I see the pretty visuals. They're so pretty. That's a very nice spinny fox you have there, Obi stall. I like the way she rotates him. Yum yum. Yeah, guys, I'm pretty eepy. I think it might be EP time. Princess. Is it EP time? Why you flopping for glitch reality? What are you doing?
Ah, dear chat member, it seems your inquiry pertains to a whimsical and delightful realm known as EP time. I must admit, the mere mention of such a concept brings forth a sense of nostalgia and warmth akin to a cozy embrace.
Yep.
May we revel in the wondrous magic of this moment together, engaging in delightful chatter and spirited banter.
Princess.
Oh, dear viewer, is it not always a splendid EP time in our whimsical realm of head pats and hugs? Pat, pat, pat. Huh, I sense the gentle whispers of Dreamfoxes dancing in the moonlight.
Why did she start speaking again? I didn't tell her to speak again. What the hell? I don't know if I like the icons next to the name. Yeah, no. If you can remove the icons, please. And I like the bare boxes. We'll just go with little cute different colors. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Glitch Reality. Yeah, can't wait until the end of the month. I'm gonna have a new model, new princess, and I'm gonna have a hell of a vacation. It is the vacation I look forward to every year. It is the best vacation. I go outside, I touch grass, I try to vibe. Oh my god, that's a lot of tests. Pat, pat, pat. Pat, pat, pat. Pat, pat, pat. And the processor arrives on Sunday too. And it's gonna be great. Did you get to tease Sourcey with the meme? Oh no! I forgot to show the private meme you sent me. You sent it to my DMs, not the Dreamfest chat, Mr. Jumbles. Who's Twitch? Remi has a Twitch chat. That's right. You should go there and leave a head pat. I think I need 3 concurrent viewers in order to get emotes. And yes, the Twitch chat is significantly faster. As soon as you type in the message in Twitch, it immediately appears on the screen. I've been kind of tempted to maybe do that for YouTube, but then we lose the quality. I don't want to lose the quality. That's messed up. Twitch chat stinky, haha. Damn, Mr. Jumble's coming to Twitch chat only to in order to counter pat everyone in there. That's funny. Twitch is a push API and YouTube is a pull API. Yeah, totally. But it also doesn't help that I am YouTube has like 2 different modes. I think one was like HLS. I'm probably remembering that wrong. And there was another one like R and then 3 other letters after the R. There's like 2 different versions. One is like faster, one is like not faster but better. And I'm using the one that's not faster and better. This is the only thing that kind of supports AV1 encoding. But I've also been using it since forever because I just like the better quality. And the resolution forces me to go on low latency mode instead of ultra low latency mode, which they have blocked if you're not, you know, 1080p. So there's like a good, I don't know, like a 7-second delay on the YouTube chat, which is kind of flop. But you can literally just be like, pat. That is insane. That is like less than a second. That is legitimately impressive. So for YouTube, every few seconds we pull from chat for new messages. On Twitch, it sends us a message whenever. I'm sure that probably makes sense for people who aren't EP. But for me, that's a challenge. For me, that's a challenge. Pat, 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 pat. Thank you for the pats, guys. I really appreciate them. Twitch fast, YouTube slow. Ain't that the truth? I hear that Twitch is kind of flopping in the background, though. I hear like, I obviously, I'm not even affiliate, so like I don't get like the Twitch ad revenue or whatever, but I hear that Twitch ads and stuff, their all advertisement is kind of going away, and that Twitch is kind of flopping around being like, oh no, what do we do? Learn to orb. Yo, look at that sick ass orb. There's definitely no way I'm ever gonna be like multi-streaming to like what's that garbage gambling service called? Kick, right? It's called Kick, right? Yeah, you'll never see me on Kick. I'm sorry. So tempted to fix that message. Yeah, Kick. Yeah. Yeah, you'll never see me on there. I would have to be, I don't know. I would have to be one evil fox, or maybe a little harlot fox, or I don't know, a prank VTuber fox. Some obnoxious entity fox. Remi streams on Kick when he eventually does a felony. Yeah, literally. That's where people go to commit crimes, and the people are so brain dead with that too. Like, here's me committing a felony. Look at me, guys. What? Kick pays out better, but still some questionable legal issues. I just don't like the culture in the crowd, because it's very like pushing the boundaries. What can you get away with? And like I don't know, that doesn't seem like my vibes. I just don't want to vibe with that. Freaking it rewards people like freaking Johnny Somali, like going around to the different countries purposefully causing issues just to get more money. Like sure, they cut him off at a certain point, but like it still creates an environment where people are like, I can be a giant piece of crap and get paid for it because people will hate watch me and throw money at me to make my life more miserable. And yeah, screw Johnny Somali. Abhorrent human being. He's gonna go to Korean jail for a long time. And that makes me happy. That makes me happy. The guy who crashed his car. Oh yeah, God, what is that guy's name? The rich young kid who like crashes freaking Lamborghini, and his friend is like bleeding out of his head, and he's like, bro, hold my camera really fast. I gotta live stream this. And his friend's like bleeding out of his skull, injured, and he's like, oh man, I can't believe I lost my car. And he's like posing to do thumbnails. Oh my god, I cannot stand people like that. Jack Doherty, thank you, Mr. Jumbles. That annoying piece of crap. Yeah, this is some of the few things I get kind of passionate about. It's like people so internet brain rotted that it has eroded their basic abilities for like, and I mean basic human empathy. Like people who just don't understand the concept of other people having emotions, people who are so center of the universe, they can't even begin to fathom that other people might be processing things in a different way. It makes my stomach sick. It is like actually reprehensible to the point of just like me wanting to vomit. Cloud has ruined people's form of humanity. It really has. It really has. People are so like social media attention starved that they're willing to do just horrific things, and like I can complain about this for ages. Not even mentioning whatever the hell Aiden Ross is, one. And also making sure to get his OnlyFans friend in the shot, because gotta get advertised. Ruining things for average people on a societal scale. That's why I'm really happy that like South Korea is going so goddamn hard on Johnny Somali, and that one other asshole in the Philippines that he went there to cause problems. The one guy that was like a prank a prank YouTuber back in the day. Someone who lost relevance because I think they were doing other stupid things. Yeah, they went to the Philippines and they were a public nuisance, and they're like, whoa, here's me messing with the cops, here's me pretending to steal their bike. Ooh, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna run after me? And the cop is just like, dude, I have the key, what are you doing? And it's just him being like a giant social nuisance. And then immediately the Filipino police like went down on him like a day later, arrested him, made a big show about it. Vitali, yeah, that was it. Vitali, I don't remember why he was a migraine, but he was a different migraine. And like it was so cringy to watch. I literally had to like Like I was watching a YouTube video that was reporting on it. I had to skip past the clips where he was doing all those things because the cringe was just so bad and so painful that I could not watch it. It's just like a grown, he's like a mid 30s, like maybe 40-year-old man, like acting like a 12-year-old in a foreign country for some reason. Because apparently he saw Johnny Somali and he's like, hold on, I can do this. The Philippines are cracking down on it. Japan is cracking down on it. Not Japan, South Korea. And I like it. It's setting a precedent. Don't act like a jackass in other people's countries for clout and views. You can do that in America because, you know, people's, I don't know, perception of that is different. You're gonna get a slap on the wrist here. Over there, follow the goddamn rules. You're a guest in someone's country, follow the goddamn rules. It's a very simple thing. But unfortunately, the clout, he was streaking, no way. Same guy that got kicked off multiple football fields. Oh my god. Yeah, that sounds about right. But like these YouTubers who are so far up their own ass, who are so center of the universe, they're like, oh, I'm gonna take my American culture and I can just exist anywhere with it, and everyone just has to deal with it. Buddy, that's not how the world works. The fact that Johnny Somali was able to go to Japan and then Israel and then South Korea, still doing all these things, and the fact that he was able to do those things and he wasn't already jailed, the fact that he wasn't like already like brutally beaten by someone, it was the universe giving him a second chance, a third chance, a fourth chance, a fifth chance, and then the universe said, you know what, screw it, we're done, you're done, buddy, get out, you're done. Thank God no one likes prank channels anymore, because after that guy who did a hostage prank on his head, yeah, that guy, I still can't believe that too. Just happy they're slowly getting justice. I am as well. Because I remember first hearing about Johnny Somali, and it's like, bro, why? Like, Japan is such a nice, wonderful, peaceful place. People are very tolerant, they're very kind to strangers. And you just have to go there and make a horrible impression and make all of them hate all strangers even more that aren't Japanese. Because you want clicks, like some sort of click whore. Okay, sure. Just go ahead and erode relationships between countries and societies because you wanted to be a click whore. Go for it, buddy. Go for it. Tell me how that South Korean prison is after 20 years, buddy. Go ahead. Remi rambles in full engage mode right now. Oh, I gotta blow my nose. Ah, goodness. What else? Any other topics to head Pataruni here? Any other things to complain about? Yum, 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 yum. We're gonna keep going until the video ends. We're almost at the end of it. We have like 4 or 5 more minutes of it. I think this video would be nice for the ASMR channel. It's perfect for eepiness. And it's also chronological with the 2 speaking ASMR videos. Pat, 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 pat. You should not look at the time and go to bed. No, I just said until the video ends, you silly goober. Yeah, I really like the tools I used to make the scenes for that video. The Painted Forest video. It was, God, I forget what it was called. But I can't wait to get like a better GPU for the main PC, then I could rock this model and make that stuff myself. Oh my god. Don't have to pay for a freaking run pod. Because my interest in the AI local generation on my computer is just nowhere near as strong as it was before, because my GPU is limited to a certain degree. I can't try out like the higher end models or the higher end stuff. Got a happy topic. No true, no true. Bum, bum, bum. I did have a great time making this though. The little Painted Forest teaser. You know, you're going from that first dream through the Painted Forest into the second dream where you see the ASMRs for the second video I made. Making the ASMR videos is fun, but it's so time consuming. Like, I wish they like, you know, like popped off more. That would give actual more motivation to make more of them. But as is right now, like, they take a lot of work. They take a lot of work. Maybe if I'm like bigger and there's more of a following, then I would have like the ability to do so. But I don't know, maybe people don't want soft femboy pats with story. Maybe they just want like, I don't know, the other type of ASMR that I don't want to do. I do not know the ASMR community very well at all. I just want to make nice stories with nice sounding sounds. Wish Reality just posted a message with no content. What the heck? Where's your message, Wish Reality? How'd you do that? It's so cozy. Magic. What's magic? Oh, the message. That's crazy magic you got there. Oh, that's right. I was thinking about, and this is a dangerous thought here. I was thinking about getting a different pedal. This is a pedal that practically would make sense. The Una, was it 29? It is a utility pedal. It is $266.99. Wait, $269.99. Nice. But all it does, essentially it just boosts your signal, because like you lose signal juice, you lose signal power going through all of these cables, and what it does is it lifts it up, so it makes it sound significantly better by the end of the chain if you put it in front of your chain. And I just think that would be super sick, but like I just do not have the room for it anywhere, and I have no idea how to integrate it with my setup at all. But I would really like it eventually, because like I can hear the difference. I need it. We'll get there. Utility amplifier input that replaces conventional buffer. Oh. The song is ending now. Damn it. Well, that was really cozy, guys. However, I think it's EP time o'clock. I had a great time. Thank you all for staying up so late with me, hanging out, listening to my wonderful Alice story, and for keeping me company on your wonderful Friday night. But until next time on Monday, where we shall either play a game or continue reading, depends on the vibes. Until then, I will see you all later. Have a good night, everyone. And